options. You can exit via the stairs next to the stage, or you can exit the same way you came in through the lobby. Please walk, don't run. Once outside, you'll be directed to an assembly area. Stay there until we're clear to come back inside. If there's a small fire, our security officers are trained to respond using one of the fire extinguishers. You'll find them in 3 locations: by the stairwells on either side of the stage at the front of the boardroom, mounted on the wall at the back of the boardroom, and near the security area in the lobby. For anyone who needs an accessible evacuation route, you can use the door on the left side of the lobby, which leads you into the parking garage. From there, turn right and follow the walkway to the street level. NTSB staff will be available to assist anyone who needs help. And finally, safety is everyone's responsibility. If you see anything that seems off or concerning, please let a staff member or security officer know right away. Thank you for helping us maintain a safe and secure space.
Chairwoman Hamady, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, and thank you to Sherry for the safety video as well. For those who are here or who are watching online and who may not be familiar with the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, we are an independent federal agency charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation accident in the United States and significant accidents and incidents in other modes of transportation. At the conclusion of our investigations, we issue an official determination regarding probable cause and, as appropriate, safety recommendations to prevent future accidents. The NTSB also investigates certain incidents that present significant safety issues. The NTSB strives to accurately identify and report all relevant facts, conditions, and circumstances relating to each accident or incident it investigates. When necessary, we hold investigative hearings. An investigative hearing allows the NTSB to gather sworn testimony from witnesses on issues identified by the investigative team for a specific accident or incident. Investigative hearings are fact-finding proceedings. The purpose is to receive all testimony and evidence that may be of aid in determining the probable cause of the transportation accident or incident. This hearing is a critical part of our ongoing investigation of the accident involving UPS Flight 2976, which crashed during takeoff from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport in Louisville, Kentucky on November 4th, 2025. As a result of the accident, the 3 crew members aboard the airplane and 12 persons on the ground tragically lost their lives. This includes 1 person who succumbed to their injuries 51 days after the accident. 23 others on the ground at the time of the accident were injured physically. I say physical injuries, and I highlight that in every public meeting we have, because this accident, just like others, undoubtedly caused invisible injuries that aren't reflected in the numbers we provide. Psychological and emotional trauma from being physically injured, witnessing an accident, or losing a loved one can have a profound impact on lives and livelihoods. With that, I'd like to take a moment to address the families and friends who lost loved ones or those who were injured in this terrible tragedy. On behalf of the NTSB, please accept our heartfelt sympathies, our condolences, and please know that your loved ones are the reason we're here. We want to find out what happened. And after this investigation concludes, our work does not end. Once we have a final board meeting, we continue to work to make sure all the recommendations we issued are implemented so that no one else has to suffer a similar tragedy. I have to say, before each investigative hearing, we meet with loved ones who choose to be part of that meeting. And it is a time for us certainly to walk through the process. That is the goal of the investigative hearing. But it's also a time where we learn about your loved ones, about surviving children, about the care you're providing them, about love letters that were written between spouses, poems over years. I just share with you how deeply sorry we are for your losses. And just know we don't forget. Several representatives from our Transportation Disaster Assistance team are here who can help connect you with support resources. Can our TDA colleagues stand? So we have Elias and Jessica and Sarah right here. Okay, yep, we have a bunch of folks here, also folks back in the lobby. Please don't hesitate. Anybody here, doesn't have to be a family member. If you need assistance, please don't hesitate to speak with them. They'd be glad to help. We also have the Red Cross here, and I want to thank them for their work. They are often with us in the immediate days following a tragedy, and certainly throughout the process. Volunteer mental health clinicians from the Red Cross are available today and for the duration of this hearing to provide support. I want to thank the first and second responders to this accident, also on behalf of the board. Multiple organizations responded to the scene of this tragedy to support search and recovery efforts and assist in our investigative work. Thank you for your public service, your dedication, and your heart. I also want to take a moment before we go into staff introductions to just highlight how important our recommendations are. We're not issuing findings today. We're not issuing a probable cause. We are not issuing recommendations today. What we do today will lead to that, and we appreciate all your help, everyone here, in doing that. But when we do hold a final board meeting and issue a final report, and we issue safety recommendations, they are the result of the hard work of all of you and the team here and our experts throughout the National Transportation Safety Board. They are to be taken seriously. Those recommendations are aimed, they're comprehensive, they're extensive, and they're aimed at preventing another tragedy. And if they're not implemented, and this is what I want to highlight, if they are not taken seriously, if they are not implemented, we will be here again. None of us want that. So we will work vigorously at the end of this investigation, just like we do in other investigations like DCA, to ensure that our recommendations are implemented. Now, for staff introductions, starting with Mr. Shin. In addition to serving as our hearing officer, he is also the investigator in charge for this accident investigation and is also involved in other investigations that are ongoing right now at the NTSB. Mr. Shin.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. In the front row, we have the staff who are serving on Technical Panel 1. Starting to my right, they are Mr. Nils Johnson, Accident Investigator for Maintenance, Dr. Catherine Wilson, Senior Human Performance Investigator, Mr. Clinton Crookshanks, Aerospace Engineer for Structures, and Mrs. Eloisa Oki, Aerospace Engineer for Structures. Behind me in the second row, we have Mr. Errol Jordheim, Structures Engineer, who will also operate the audio visuals, Ms. Tatum Butler, Recorder Specialist, who will operate the timer, Mr. Tim LeBaron, Director of the Office of Aviation Safety, and Mr. Akbar Sultan, Director of the Office of Research and Engineering. Chairwoman Hamady, this concludes staff introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Shin, and thank you to the staff. Now let's turn to the parties to the hearing. Federal regulations guide how we designate parties to an NTSB investigative hearing. They are, quote, those persons and organizations whose participation in the hearing is deemed necessary in the public interest and whose special knowledge will contribute to the development of pertinent evidence. The parties to this hearing have been designated in accordance with these regulations and selected for their technical expertise in their respective fields. Parties are essential in helping us develop the facts around an investigation. We appreciate your valuable time and your contributions. As I call the name of each party, I ask the designated spokesperson to identify themselves and then introduce others at their table. Please push the microphone button to talk and push it again when finished. We're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Boeing.
Thank you, Chair Hamady and members of the board. I'm Stella Widener. I'm the Director for Product Safety and Investigations. On behalf of the Boeing Company and personally, I would like to share my deepest condolences to the family and to the friends of those who died in the accident. Our thoughts remain with those who were injured and with the community of Louisville. With me today, I have across the table Eric East, Senior Air Safety Investigator and Technical Fellow. To his left, Nathan Williams, Air Safety Investigator. Stephen Chisholm, Mechanical Instructional Functional Chief Engineer. Across the table from Steve, I have Kristen Auslander, Out of Production Chief Engineer. And finally, Craig Gabriel, Chief Counsel, Quality and Regulatory Matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Widener. Federal Aviation Administration.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady and members of the board. My name is Matt Kabeck. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for Accident Investigation and Prevention. With me is Heidi Kemner from the Accident Investigation Division, the party coordinator for this accident. To her right, Deep Guav from the Aircraft Certification Service. Across the table, Ken Fairhurst, Aircraft Certification Service. Rebecca Leip from Chief Counsel's Office, and Louis Weinhardt from Louisville FSDO, and FAA would also like to express our deep gratitude to the board for this investigative hearing and our condolences to the family and friends of the victims.
Thank you, Mr. Kabeck. International Brotherhood of Teamsters Airline Division.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady and fellow board members. I'm Chuck Landis, Teamster Local 2727 Emergency Response Coordinator and a UPS Lead Service Technician. I'm joined by Mr. Chris Moore, Teamster Safety Coordinator, Josh McInerney, Legal Counsel, Mr. Doug Davis, Teamster Local 27 Vice President and UPS Aircraft Maintenance Controller, Brian Metzmeyer to my right, Teamster Local 27 Systems Group Investigator and UPS Aircraft Maintenance Technician, and Mr. Jim Cocking, Teamsters Local 27 Structures Group Investigator and UPS Aircraft Maintenance Technician.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landis. And ST Engineering, San Antonio Aerospace.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady and board members. We also offer our condolences to the families of this tragic incident. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in this investigation. To my right is our legal counsel, David Harrington. To his right is Daniel Perez, our SMS manager. Across from Daniel is Gary Mosier, who is our Director of Quality. And across from me is Yip-Hin Ming. He is our Executive Vice President of ST Engineering. And my name is Chris Hentz. I am the Vice President of MRO Operations in San Antonio.
Thank you, Mr. Hentz. United Parcel Service, or UPS.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. I'm Captain David Smith, Vice President of Airline Safety. On behalf of the entire UPS Airlines team, we mourn the loss of our three pilots, Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and Captain Dana Diamond. The 12 members of the Louisville community who lost their lives, Angela Anderson, Carlos Fernandez, Kimberly Asa, Trina Chavez, Tony Crane, Luinas Fanon, John Lokes, Elaine Rodriguez, John Spray, Matthew Sweets, Megan Washburn, and Ella Wharton, along with those who may have suffered an injury or loss to their property or business. We are profoundly saddened by this tragedy. Our thoughts are with their families, friends, and loved ones, and with the first responders and the Louisville community who carried the weight of this tragedy. With me today, sitting across from me and moving clockwise around the table, Mr. Paul Kane, Senior Director of Line Maintenance and Director of Maintenance. Captain Jacob Chambers, Flight Safety Investigator and Investigation Party Coordinator. Captain Paul Lowcraft, MD-11 Fleet Chief Pilot. Mr. Tony Haven, Maintenance Safety Investigator. And Mr. Mark Dumbroff, Legal Counsel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Captain Smith. As a reminder, only the designated party spokesperson may question the witnesses. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank the witnesses testifying at this hearing in support of aviation safety. Witnesses will be questioned under oath. They will remain under oath until the conclusion of the entire hearing. A witness can be called to testify on either panel. Further, witnesses may be recalled for further questioning at any time during the hearing. Usually when that happens, there's a question that was asked that requires somebody else to answer and might be recalled at that point. As such, we ask that all witnesses be present for the entire hearing unless you've coordinated in advance with the hearing officer, which is Mr. Shin. The witnesses have been selected based on their ability to provide the best available information on safety issues that are pertinent to this investigation. The witness list was agreed to by parties to the hearing, NTSB staff serving on the technical panels, and the Board of Inquiry at a pre-hearing conference held last week, May 12th, here in the NTSB boardroom. We have pre-qualified each witness by documenting their qualifications in writing. You may review each witness's biographical information in the public docket, which opened this morning. I'd now like to provide a general overview of the hearing. Those in the room may wish to refer to the printed agenda. We expect the proceedings to conclude around 6 p.m. today. I do want to caution on that 6 p.m. We are not going to have another investigative hearing, and I don't like to rush people. So if parties have additional questions, if the Board of Inquiry has additional questions, if the technical panel has additional questions, I want to make sure that everybody has time to ask their questions. We don't get another shot at that. So it may go beyond that. Hopefully we have AC. Given the last one. I've now panicked everyone. We will break for lunch as needed throughout. Speaking of which, I walked around and mentioned, including to the witnesses, if you need anything, if you need water, if you need a break, if you whatever you might need, just signal to me. They don't have phones or electronics up there. But it's certainly hot with the lights. So if you need some time, need a breather, please feel free to ask. I'm gonna be very flexible. Just wave me down. Yoo-hoo is fine. And I will pay attention and make sure that we do take that break at the appropriate time. Tomorrow we'll begin promptly at 8 a.m. again and wrap up around 1. Again, these times are approximate and we appreciate everyone's flexibility. The specific issues we'll explore at this hearing were finalized and agreed to at last week's pre-hearing conference. So today we'll start with fleet safety processes. We'll discuss the reporting processes for anomalies found during maintenance and inspections. Then we'll explore the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing's continued operational safety program and processes, and end with communications to operators after continued operational safety determinations. Tomorrow, we'll discuss pylon design requirements. First, we'll delve into Federal Aviation Administration Part 25, design and certification requirements for pylon separation failure modes. Then we'll examine the design of aircraft systems routed through and near pylon attachment points. The hearing process will be the same for both panels, all panels actually. After an introduction from Mr. Shin, we'll move into witness testimony. The witnesses will be questioned in the following order. First, by the NTSB technical panel, that's staff. Next, by the parties to the hearing, and then by the Board of Inquiry. I'll then circle back to the technical panel for any remaining follow-up questions, because something we asked might spur another question for you. And if we need to continue and go a second round, we will do that. Again, I'm not going to rush it. When it's time for party questions, I'll recognize each organization one by one. Each party will keep their questions to 5 minutes or less. We have a timer to help you stay on track. Given that there are 5 parties to the hearing, we certainly have time to accommodate 2 rounds. If we need additional rounds, I'll accommodate it. And that goes for all topics on both panels. If a party spokesperson has a concern regarding a question asked or wishes to discuss admissibility of an exhibit or the pertinence of proffered testimony, please raise your hand. After being recognized by me, you will have the opportunity to voice your concern. I'll consult with Mr. Johnson, our legal counsel, and in accordance with our regulations, make all rulings on such matters. All rulings will be final. I will also consult with Mr. Shin on those. A word about conduct. The board does not permit cross-examination of witnesses in the legal sense, nor do we permit questions related to fault, outside litigation, or legal liability. Such questions are not relevant to the fact-finding purposes of an NTSB investigative hearing or our statutory mission. This doesn't mean difficult questions won't be asked. They will be, and they should be. This is an investigation. We are here to improve safety, and that is our sole focus. Mr. Shin will now describe the exhibits.
Thank you. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support testimony and questions you will hear today and tomorrow. The exhibits for this hearing are in the docket, which opened this morning to the public. A link to the docket is on our website, ntsb.gov. The docket can be accessed using the accident investigation number DCA 26MA024. That's Delta Charlie Alpha 26 Mike Alpha 024. If you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the hearing agenda. This will take you to the investigation page, and a link to the docket is on the right-hand side just below the map. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the extent possible. As such, exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that members of the public can follow along during the hearing and refer to them. The exhibits entered into the record and any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket, which remain available via ntsb.gov. We provide party spokespersons and witnesses with electronic copies of these exhibits in advance for the sole purpose of preparation for this hearing. A transcript of the testimony will be taken during the hearing and will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. Mr. Eric Johnson will keep a list of additional documents admitted during the proceedings. We will add these documents to the docket after the hearing concludes. As a reminder, new exhibits are only admitted if the chair determines good cause has been shown, as outlined in Title 49, Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, Section 845.9. While the parties do not participate in the analysis of evidence, parties can submit written comments for our consideration. This is where parties can state their views for the record, such as potential conclusions that may be drawn. We strongly encourage the parties to submit written comments, which are beneficial to our analysis. Our regulations provide 2 separate opportunities for parties to do so. First, parties to this investigative hearing may submit comments on the hearing per 49 CFR 845.13. Following the investigative hearing, any party to the hearing may submit proposed findings to be drawn from the testimony, exhibits, a proposed probable cause, and proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents and incidents. The proposals shall be submitted within the time specified by the investigative hearing officer at the close of the hearing and shall be made part of the public docket. Parties to the investigative hearing shall serve copies on their proposals on all other parties to the hearing. So such comments are due to me, the hearing officer, within 30 calendar days of the close of the hearing or by June 19th, 2026. We ask that submissions be sent to us electronically. Second, parties to the investigation as a whole may submit comments through the traditional party submission process outlined in 49 CFR 831.14. Quote, any party to the investigation may submit to the NTSB written proposed findings to be drawn from the evidence produced during the course of the investigation, a proposed probable cause, and/or proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents. I will provide a date for the submission at a later date for this one. All party submissions will be included in the public docket. As mentioned, we will consider party comments during the analysis phase of the investigation and in our preparation of the final report. Chairwoman Hamidi, that concludes my remarks on the hearing exhibits and procedures.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chin. And we'll go to you for your presentation in just a second. I'm just going to, for everyone's benefit in the audience watching online and for everyone here, I just want to go through the specifics on at least right up until lunch. So we will have questions from the technical panel starting shortly. Might run an hour, hour and a half, depending on what time you need. We'll take a break right after that, and then we'll go to party questions. We'll start with 2 rounds. If we need to come back later, we'll do that. We'll start with FAA, and then we'll go to Boeing, UPS, Teamsters, STE, San Antonio Aerospace, and then we will do the Board of Inquiry questions right after that. If we need to take a break between the two, we'll go, at least for the witnesses, we'll go ahead and do that. Also, it can get hot. It's going to get hot. These lights are hot. We all look very formal today, even though I told you all you could wear your shirts. Teamsters were in uniform the other day. I'll tell Sean O'Brien that you were in your suits. But listen, if you want to take your jackets off, we are not that formal. Go ahead. It is going to get hot. Same for the witnesses, okay? And again, if you need water or anything, let us know. Mr. Shin, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present an overview of the accident to the Board of Inquiry. On November 4th, 2025, UPS Flight 2976, a Boeing MD-11F, registration November 259, uniform Papa, was destroyed after it crashed during takeoff from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, Louisville, Kentucky. Flight 2976 was a domestic cargo flight to Honolulu and took off from runway 17 right. Surveillance video showed the left engine and pylon separated after takeoff rotation. The accident airplane continued takeoff and climbed to about 30 feet above ground level, or AGL. The separated left engine and pylon were found adjacent to runway 17 right. The airplane's landing gear contacted a building roof south of the runway and subsequently impacted buildings and the ground about 17:14 Eastern Standard Time. The 3 crew members aboard were fatally injured. 11 people on the ground sustained fatal injuries, 2 people on the ground sustained serious injuries, and 21 people on the ground sustained minor injuries. 1 person who was seriously injured succumbed to their injuries 51 days after the accident. A 5-minute long animation will provide an overview of the design of the pylon assembly, which is the same for the MD-11 and the 11F, which is the freighter version. The animation will detail the fatigue cracking found on the accident left wing pylon components, how these cracks ultimately resulted in separation of the left pylon and engine shortly after takeoff rotation during the accident flight. An airport surveillance video that captured the left pylon and engine separation will be shown at the end of the animation. We realize that some attendees and remote viewers may find this animation difficult to watch. We will pause before starting the animation to allow those currently in the boardroom to leave for the duration of the animation or turn away from your screens if you're viewing remotely. We will inform you when the animation has finished playing. Please play the animation.
This animation illustrates the construction of the MD-11F aircraft engine attachments and presents investigative findings regarding the separation of the left engine. The MD-11F has 3 engines, 2 wing-mounted and 1 tail-mounted. The left and right engines attach to the wings through a structure called a pylon, highlighted in blue. This illustration shows the frame of the pylon, which connects to the wing at 3 attachment points: the pylon aft mount, the pylon forward mount, and the thrust fitting, which is behind the pylon forward mount. This 3-dimensional model of the pylon aft mount will be used to explain the details of the attachment and how it failed in the accident. The aft mount consists of 2 triangular-shaped plates which are bolted together. The pylon aft mount is attached to a wing clevis located on the underside of the wing structure. At the top of the plates forming the aft mount are the forward lug and the aft lug, which fit into the wing clevis. The connection is made with a bolt, which passes through a bushing and is secured by a nut. The bushing is secured with a collar. The bushing features a grease fitting connected to internal passageways that channel grease throughout the assembly. The assembly includes a spherical bearing housed within the forward and aft lugs at the upper end of the aft mount. The spherical bearing is comprised of a monoball that sits within a 1-piece outer race, which conforms to the spherical shape of the ball and distributes loads uniformly across the aft mount lugs. The monoball can rotate and move slightly within the outer race. This movement is designed to reduce stress in the assembly as the engine weight, aerodynamic forces, and engine thrust loads flex the structure during normal operations. The monoball contains shallow grooves on its inner and outer surfaces with 3 equally spaced holes to distribute grease. The outer race also contains a shallow groove on its inner surface to help with grease distribution. This lubrication groove is approximately 1/4 inch wide, centered along the width of the race, and extends around the circumference of the inner surface. The outer race from the accident showed fatigue cracking initiating from several locations around the inner surface at both the forward and aft corners of this lubrication groove. The fatigue cracks grew outward over time through the outer race thickness. Eventually, the fatigue cracks at the forward corner of the groove grew large enough for the outer race to split into 2 pieces. With the outer race separated into 2 pieces, loads were no longer evenly distributed across the lugs. The 2 pieces of the separated outer race could be forced out of the bore of the lugs, resulting in abnormal loading on the lugs. Fatigue cracks initiated within the bore of both lugs at both the inboard and the outboard sides. These fatigue cracks grew outward through the lugs. During the accident flight, the lugs could no longer carry the load and completely fractured at the inboard side, then bent and separated at the outboard side. With the pylon aft mount lugs fractured, the aft end of the pylon was no longer attached to the wing clevis. The remaining two pylon connections subsequently failed, resulting in separation of the left pylon and engine from the airplane during takeoff. A surveillance video at the airport captured the takeoff rotation and separation of the left pylon and engine from the accident airplane.
The animation has finished playing. UPS's MD-11 maintenance program required a 72-month general visual inspection and detailed visual inspection of the pylon while it remained installed on the wing. These inspections were last accomplished on the accident airplane on October 28, 2021 by ST Engineering, San Antonio Aerospace. A 24-month, 4,800-hour lubrication task required lubrication of the pylon spherical bearings and thrust links while the pylon remained installed on the wing. This lubrication task was last accomplished on the accident airplane on October 18, 2025, also by STE San Antonio Aerospace. At a high level, a continued operational safety or COS program receives in-service data of failures, malfunctions, and defects. These data include service difficulty reports, or SDRs, and reports to Boeing from operators. A COS program will analyze the data to determine if an unsafe condition exists. After a COS determination, corrective actions and a timeline to implement these actions are selected. These corrective actions include service letters and airworthiness directives. This slide depicts a timeline of the history of reported bearing outer race fractures found on MD-11 airplanes, along with other milestones related to these findings. Investigators found 9 separate operator reports totaling 10 instances of fractured and migrated pylon aft bearing outer races that preceded this accident. These 9 reports were spread across 4 different operators and all involved MD-11 and MD-11F airplanes. In July 2008, STE San Antonio Aerospace reported to UPS and Boeing that they found a fractured and separated outer race staking ring on a pylon aft mount bearing. However, the staking ring is a retention feature of the outer race to keep the bearing within the lug bore and is a different failure mode than that of the accident bearing outer race fracture. Investigators found only 2 of these reports, September 2007 and July 2008, had a COS identifier associated with it. No COS identifiers were found for the remaining reports of fractured and migrated bearing races. The COS analysis of these 2 reports by Boeing determined the bearing failure mode would not result in a safety of flight condition. There was no record the FAA disagreed with this COS determination. In May 2008, Boeing issued a service letter that informed operators that the bearing race fracture and migration found in service and a new inspection procedure for the bearing outer race migration was added to the aircraft maintenance manual. On February 2011, Boeing released revision A of this service letter, which added information about a redesigned spherical bearing that eliminated the lubrication groove within the bearing outer race. Investigators found that UPS had reviewed these service letters and determined no further action was required. Panel 1 of this investigative hearing will focus on fleet safety processes. This panel will delve into 3 primary topic areas. First, reporting processes for anomalies found during inspection and maintenance. Second, FAA and Boeing continued operational safety processes, including FAA and Boeing COS working agreements. And third, communications to operators after COS actions are completed. Investigators reviewed a McDonnell Douglas DC-10 accident that occurred on May 25th, 1979. The airplane crashed after takeoff at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. The NTSB investigation determined that the left engine and pylon separated during takeoff due to improper maintenance. The airplane climbed to about 300 feet above ground level. The airplane experienced an asymmetric stall, and left roll due to uncommanded retraction of the left wing leading edge slats caused by severed hydraulic lines when the pylon and separated from the left wing. The MD-11 is based on the design of the DC-10 and incorporates design changes based on some of the lessons learned from the 1979 accident in Chicago O'Hare. For UPS Flight 2976, after the pylon separation occurred, investigators found that the leading edge slats remained extended as designed. However, a fire ignited on the left wing and continued until ground impact, which was different than the 1979 DC-10 accident. The airplane attitude remained level through the remainder of the accident flight, but the airplane only climbed to about 30 feet above ground level. The NTSB airplane performance study remains ongoing. Panel 2 of this investigative hearing will focus on pylon design requirements. This panel will delve into 2 primary topic areas. First, FAA design certification requirements for pylon separation failure modes. And second, the design of aircraft systems such as fuel and hydraulic lines that are routed through and near pylon attachment points. 4 days after the UPS 2976 accident, the FAA grounded the MD-11 fleet, followed by the DC-10 and MD-10 fleets 6 days after, affecting over 70 airplanes. In the weeks after the accident, inspections were conducted on MD-11, DC-10, and MD-10 airplanes, focused on finding aft-mount spherical bearings that exhibited migrated outer races. 3 migrated bearing races were found on MD-11 airplanes, all from the UPS fleet. 1 migrated bearing race was found on a DC-10 airplane. Examination of the lugs of one of UPS's findings revealed a gap between the forward and aft lugs at their top ends. Additionally, surface inspection of these lugs confirmed the presence of cracks at the inboard and outboard sides of the aft lug. NTSB was notified of the accident shortly after it occurred on the afternoon of November 4th, 2025, and a GO team was launched the next morning. Former board member Todd Inman was the NTSB spokesperson on scene, and the following 2 slides list the NTSB staff that assisted in the initial response and are supporting the ongoing investigation. NTSB invited qualified parties to participate in the investigation as shown on this slide. Chairwoman Hamidi, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. And I also want to thank Alice Park and Mike Meadows for doing that excellent video. I thought they did, I think we all believe they did a very good job. So thank you for that. We're going to turn to panel 1, fleet safety processes. We introduced the members of the technical panel earlier. So Mr. Shin, please introduce the topics and the witnesses.
Thank you. This panel will address fleet safety processes in 3 sections. And this morning, we're starting with operator reporting processes for anomalies found during maintenance and inspections. Specifically, we will question the witnesses in the following issue areas: maintenance manual inspection instructions, reporting processes to UPS quality assurance, UPS reporting to Boeing and the Federal Aviation Administration, and Federal Aviation Administration reporting requirements for Part 121 operators. The witness panel is composed of the following individuals. Starting in the first row, nearest to the board members, we have Mr. Danny Wu, Manager of the Commercial Aircraft Group, Flight Standard Service, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. Brian Knopp, Manager of the Continued Operational Safety Branch, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. David Springer, Senior Director of Engineering at UPS, Mr. Shannon Deckard, Director of Quality Assurance at UPS, and Mr. Henry Gallegos, Director of Engineering, STE San Antonio Aerospace. In the second row, starting from the closest to the board members, we have Dr. Melanie Violet, Technical Advisor for Continued Operational Safety, Federal Aviation Administration, Mr. Scott Hirsch, Senior Director of Boeing Commercial Airplanes Fleet Operations, Boeing, Mr. Justin Konopask, Director of Airframe Service Engineering, Boeing, and Mr. Clint Dickens, Maintenance Controller, Teamsters. Chairwoman Hamidi, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. I'll now ask the witnesses to please stand. Thank you, and I know you're kind of squished up there in the front row, but if you can raise your right hand, please answer by saying, "I do." Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. And just a reminder for the witnesses, I know that you already spoke to your party spokespersons and your teams. You'll remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing, and we ask that you answer the questions factually. Please avoid analysis, and please also avoid anything that is speculative. Don't speculate. In fact, I don't know, if you don't know, is a perfectly okay answer. You can also say you could get back to us in writing if there's something you're not sure about. But I want to, just remind you of those. Finally, push the microphone button to talk and push it again when finished. And if you need a break, just flag me down. All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Clint Crookshanks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Homendy. My first few questions are going to be for the FAA. First off, what is the FAA's definition of a structural defect or anomaly that occurs in service? And by in service, we mean those that occur once the aircraft has received type certification and is in operation with an air carrier.
Good morning. Can we please call up exhibit? Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. Can we please call up exhibit 7V, Victor, slide 2? So Title 14, Code of Federal.
One. Yes.
Am I the wrong one?
Yeah. That's for the. Thank you. That's the right one.
Oh, there you go. So Title 14, Code of Federal Regulations 121.703 for air carriers.
Sorry, would you mind pulling it a little bit closer?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
No.
Just pull it up. Yep. There we go. Thank
Okay.
you.
Title 14 Code of Federal Regulations 121.703. That's for air carriers. For reportable structural items, it designates aircraft structure that require major repair and cracks, permanent deformation, or corrosion of aircraft structure if more than the maximum acceptable to the manufacturer or the FAA.
Thank you. Could you also please tell us what the requirements are for 145 repair stations, please?
Yes, sir. For 145-221 for repair stations is any serious failure, malfunction, or defect of an article.
Thank you. Next, can you please tell us what is a service difficulty report, or SDR?
Let's see here. Can I call up slide or exhibit 7W, slide 3, and maybe slide 2? I apologize if I got that wrong. Perfect, thank you. So an SDR is a report submitted to the FAA used to identify failures, malfunctions, or defects in aeronautical products that affect or could affect the safe operation of aircraft.
Okay, thanks. A couple more definitions. Can you tell us what is the FAA definition of primary structure?
Yes, sir. Can I have call up exhibit 7V? That it is in Victor, slide 4.
So primary structure is defined in FAA Advisory Circular 25.1529-1A. Primary structure is structure that significantly contributes to the carrying of flight, ground, or pressure loads. It is also known as a structural significant item, SSI.
Okay, and to follow up, please define what is a principal structural element.
Yes, sir. A principal structural element, or PSE, are those elements of primary structure which contribute significantly to carrying flight, ground, and pressurization loads, and whose failure could result in catastrophic failure of the airplane.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Now that we have those definitions out of the way, we're going to turn to Mr. Johnson, who has some questions for UPS.
Good morning. My questions are, to give you a time frame, are based at the time of the accident. So when responding, please use the time of the accident as your reference point. Please briefly describe the type of maintenance that UPS performed in-house on the MD-11 aircraft.
I'll let my colleague, Mr. Deckard, take this question. Good morning. UPS internally performs line maintenance in our gateway operations, and we subcontract out to a third-party major maintenance or heavy maintenance, as known in the industry, to a third-party vendor.
Okay, thank you. Please describe UPS's maintenance program as it reflects the aft or pylon aft bulkheads on the MD-11 aircraft.
I'll give an overview of the maintenance program for the pylon aft bulkhead. There are 4 scheduled tasks associated with the pylon aft bulkhead. So we'll start from the highest level and we'll get into the most detailed. It starts with a general visual inspection that's of the area or the zone of the pylon. That's accomplished every C check. Also accomplished every C check is a lubrication task, which involves lubricating the joint between the lug and the clevis that was illustrated in the opening presentation. Going deeper into the inspection task associated with the aft pylon or the pylon aft bulkhead is a general visual inspection that calls out paying particular attention to the lugs. That's accomplished every 72 months in our maintenance program. Also, we have a detailed visual inspection of the aft bulkhead that's also accomplished every 72 months.
Do you believe prior to the accident, do you believe that the inspections were adequate?
Our maintenance program was based upon the Boeing MD-11 maintenance planning document, or MPD, inspections, which included both the general visual inspections and the detailed inspection, which is an intensive examination of the area that were being done every 72 months.
So is that a yes, you believe it was appropriate, adequate?
Yes, the visual inspections of the area, both general visual, detailed, were the inspections we were doing.
All right. What is UPS's definition of a structural defect?
Our definition of a structural defect would align with the SDR criteria, which is cracks, permanent deformation, corrosion, and could include other discrepancies to structures such as chafing, galling, other types of damage along those lines.
All right. Can you please explain the UPS process when a structural defect is found on an
how far would you like to go through that process?
As far as you would like to go.
Through
Well-
the whole process.
I'll review the process, starting with the defect being found by the aircraft maintenance technician, and I'll roll through what happens when they look at existing manuals, and then if it's outside the manuals, the interfaces that occur with the vendor engineering, UPS engineering, and the manufacturer. Can we pull up Exhibit 11, Alpha, page 6, which is UPS, major maintenance vendor, and Boeing fault communication? I'll walk through the process here. This is a simplified flow chart of what happens. When we're executing a scheduled task, when an aircraft maintenance technician is in the area and identifies an item that's out of the norm, so that could be cracks, corrosion, anything that's out of the norm, they would record that as a fault. So I'm going to use fault, discrepancy, defect synonymously. Fault is a newer term with our current maintenance information system where we electronically record faults, discrepancies, or defects. The first decision point, once it's recorded and identified, is and when an aircraft maintenance technician will then go into the manual system. This could be our structural repair manual, aircraft maintenance manual. They'll look to see if there's any guidance that would allow the damage to continue as is within allowable limits. If the answer is yes, then they can use the manual, the published manual procedure to address the defect. If not, it flows on down through the chart as we see here. And then we get into, can it be repaired? When I say repaired, this would be a restoration, a reinforcing type repair. Does the SRM allow that? If the SRM provides a repair procedure, then the AMT could execute that repair per the structural repair manual. If it's outside the manuals, the aircraft maintenance manual or the structural repair manual, then we get into engineering assistance. So I'm going to use our process that we utilize with ST Engineering and all of our third-party airframe maintenance vendors. It's a collaborative process with the legwork being done by the vendor engineering that's on site. So as you can see, the blue area, this is the area that we have a dedicated UPS engineering team, our major maintenance engineering support team, that's working directly with the vendors engineering to develop a repair, submit that proposed repair to Boeing, get Boeing review of it and approval of it, and then it comes back. That process could be iterative, obviously, as you work out a repair. But our aircraft engineering team, our major maintenance team, is in collaboration with the vendor engineering team all the way through their final development of the document. When they provide their final document that's approved and it has all the correct, acceptable, or approved data for the repair, then UPS will provide their own approval of that in our system via an engineering order. Part of that engineering order provides the approval of the repair being accomplished. It also includes any follow-on actions. Since we're talking about structural defects, a lot of times you will have follow-on inspections, damage tolerant inspections that will occur later in a repair's life. So we will document those so those are properly tracked.
Thank you. How is that process that you just described different if it's primary structure or a principal structural element?
The repair flow whether it's primary or PSE, flows basically the same way. Where it will get different is if we're on a primary structure or PSE and it's outside manual limits, that will always route through Boeing for approvals if it's a reinforcing repair. Approximately 80% of our major maintenance repairs flow through the Boeing system. And we get into also classifications that are associated with. Most of our reinforcing repairs, or technically all of our reinforcing repairs associated with primary structure or PSEs, requires FAA approval, and we heavily rely on Boeing for that FAA approval.
How does this process differ if it's secondary structure?
Secondary structure, we have other avenues to provide repairs internally as well as with external approval. So with secondary structure, we only are required to have acceptable data as the authorizing data for the repair. So we get into a differentiation of what's acceptable data and approved data. So for secondary structure, we can approve those with acceptable data. What does acceptable data mean in our system? We can use Boeing messages for secondary structure. We can use a document called an RDR, repair design, acronym I'm not dialed in on. But we also can generate acceptable data internally with our engineering authority. So we can develop an engineering substantiation following our procedures that's considered acceptable data to authorize a repair to secondary structure.
Okay, so now that the damage has been identified or the defect has been identified, what UPS documents are generated for structural defects?
For structural defects, you know, we talked about the general process. So obviously we get into, and we'll go back to the 2008 timeframe. In 2008, 2011 timeframe, we were in a paper system still. So if a discrepancy was identified, you would have a non-routine card looking at the heavy maintenance. You'd have a non-routine card generated. If the repair occurred per a manual, that was documented on the non-routine card. So it was all contained in the non-routine card. If it was outside of the manual, there would both be a vendor repair document and a UPS engineering order authorizing the third party, the vendor engineering document.
All right, one follow-up from my previous question, and that was, would the lugs and bearing for the aft bulkhead on the pylon be considered PSE? Principal structural element?
The lugs would have been considered PSE. They are identified in the structural repair manual as such as part of the overall bulkhead assembly. The bearing itself being hardware, how we would classify that, it's hardware that could be removed and replaced. I do not believe we would have considered that a PSE.
How does UPS comply with the reporting requirements of 121.703 in the CFR?
I'll review how we comply with 121.703. We have a slide that's Exhibit 11AA, page 13. And Mr. Johnson, do you still want this to be the 2008, 2011 timeframe for answering this question?
That's fine.
The process we have outlined here is actually our current process, but there's still similarities to what we were doing. There's been very little change over the last 18 years. So we comply with 14 CFR 120.1703. We mirror that criteria. That criteria has basically, we have a copy and paste of that right into our general maintenance manual. So when a fault is identified, the main source for identifying whether or not that's an SDR flows through the aircraft maintenance technician. We have a specific section in our general maintenance manual that is trained to with those criteria. It would get marked, back in the day, it would get marked in a different, maintenance information system. Back then, it would be a system we called impacts. It would get marked in. That would flow to our engineering standards team that would review that to make sure it met the criteria and basically compile those for accuracy and basically a quality audit before submitting those to the FAA. The change over time as we've moved from one maintenance information system to a newer maintenance information system, which was a 2023 changeover. We now have our engineering standards team is able to review certain subject areas to provide a second level of detection or identification of items that could be SDRs. Once that is all compiled, it is uploaded to the SDR system, the FAA SDR system. We also give a courtesy copy of that to the FAA Certification Management Office that oversees us. The other item that's related to this, that's part of our training per our general maintenance manual, is when we're working with our third-party maintenance provider that's providing our C checks. Our manual requires that all SDR identify items flow through our system so that we are the ones that have visibility and submit them. And that's what we train to and expect of our third-party maintenance provider.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
could you pause for a second? Just for the purpose of the Board of Inquiry and the technical staff, were there any differences to this? And can you just point out where any differences were between 08 and 11?
Between 08 and 11, the process would have been the same, which really would have been the main focus because being in a more paper-based system would really have been across the top line where the AMT and the maintenance team would have been responsible for really identifying those. While the lower section still had that ability, that has improved over time since 2008 to 2011 as we've changed over our maintenance information system.
Okay, to follow up, you said that you guys notify your principal maintenance inspector of every SDR that you submit to the FAA database. Is that correct?
That is correct. We provide a courtesy copy of the submission. The same table that we've submitted and uploaded into the SDR system is provided to our certificate management office.
Do you ever receive feedback from your certificate management team about SDRs that you filed?
Yes, we have routine interaction with the office as they perform surveillance over the documentation that we provide. It's not uncommon at all for them to ask about an aircraft maintenance visit and associated records with that, ensuring that we are following the process of what qualifies to be submitted or not, as well as the documentation that was performed in the repair. So that is fairly routine interaction with our local certificate management office based in Louisville.
Do you ever notify Boeing of filed SDR information?
Looking back specifically at SDRs, we do not provide them holistically to Boeing. One of the, I referenced the maintenance planning document. Part of the structural part of the maintenance planning document that and the requirement that we carry over into our manuals is that structural discrepancies found with the maintenance program are submitted via the SDR system. The only time Boeing would be aware of a related item would be if we work, typically if we work a repair with them, that would be the main source of documentation coming into the communication system for Boeing.
Do you ever query the service difficulty report database looking for items related to your fleet?
No, up until recently, we have always used that as a reporting system. We have not used that as a input or a resource to understand what is happening in the overall industry associated with the fleet we operate.
All right. Going back to structural defects, who within UPS can document a structural defect?
The way our GMM is written, our general maintenance manual, we have a defect identification and reporting section. So that could be anyone performing a maintenance operation, whether, as previously mentioned, in a line maintenance operation or in a heavy maintenance operation where we utilize the third parties. Both maintenance arenas are trained to the same standard on how to identify a defect and what the reporting requirements are.
Okay, where is a structural defect documented at UPS?
It is documented in the maintenance information system.
Okay. Who would analyze a defect that was reported? Is there any system within UPS where someone looks at the overall submissions and analyzes for trends or problems?
There are a lot of interfaces that would help with the identifying of the trends that we have in the related to structural defects. We have several reports that happen that are pushed to our structural engineering team that can include our corrosion prevention and control weekly report. We also have an ALI biweekly report for airworthiness limitation items if there is any findings associated with a maintenance program task that's looking for fatigue through the ALI. We also have daily communication between our major maintenance team, our team that provides oversight, and our third parties. And those daily meetings include our major maintenance team, the vendor team, and our Louisville-based engineering team that supports major maintenance. In our current environment with our new MIS, the engineers have the ability now to watch an aircraft real time to see what's open during a C check and to be monitoring structural defects that are recorded as faults. That division again is really fall of 2003 when we moved to a new system, as opposed to pre-2003 when we were still using more of a paper-based non-routine system. So that's the way we're monitoring and the interfaces that we utilize to identify any trends that are happening as far as structural defects.
So you said your structures engineering group would be monitoring that and analyzing?
Yes, so we have two different groups that are involved with the aircraft structures. We have our major maintenance support team that's providing the collaboration and approval of all repairs that are being accomplished in the C-check environment at our third parties. We also have our structural engineers that are embedded as part of our fleet teams. So there's interaction from our major maintenance, the actual maintenance side, the major maintenance on the engineering side that's supporting it, and then back to our fleet teams that are fleet specific.
So what is done with the analysis when it's been completed?
If we identify trends, there's a couple things that can happen. I talked a little bit about corrosion prevention and control. That's a representation of the process where we've identified a trend. We develop a corrective action, which could involve issuing an engineering order to do a specific action. It could involve an adjustment to our program, and that's representative of any structural defect. Once we see the trend, we can go in, decide if it's something that we want to come up with a procedure, inspection, or a change to be proactive and get ahead of the issue with an engineering order, or if it's an area that we think we need to monitor through scheduled tasks, we have the ability to also steer that into our maintenance program.
A little bit of a follow-on. Once structural defects are collected and analyzed, what is done with the information? How is it being used within UPS?
Once there's a trend identified, there would be action taken on it. The way that we follow that kind of from a reliability analysis procedure, if there's not a item that's led to trending, usually once we have a trend, that's when we are taking action on it. If there's not any trends, there's really not any action that's taken because there's nothing that's been identified.
All right, let me ask a different way. Does that information ever make it into your continuous analysis? Wow, I just drew a blank. Your CAS system?
Yes, it does. And I'll explain a little bit further. If we could pull up Exhibit 11, Alpha, page 3, and then we'll move to 4. So if we could go one page prior to, please. Thank you. We have a safety management system that I'll talk about, and then I will get into answering the CAS question of the continuing analysis surveillance system piece a little bit deeper on the next slide. The UPS compliance with the regulations is our minimum level of safety. When we received FAA approval of our SMS system, we've adapted our program to achieve the highest level of safety. And I'll get into explaining it a little bit further. As a regulatory Part 5 requirement, we established our SMS system in 2017 and have continued to mature it by adding critical data, if you will, feeding the machine. The program consists of the 4 pillars described on the screen. The 2 that we'll focus in on further are the safety risk management and safety assurance, which is where the CAS or the continuing analysis surveillance system resides, which is also a regulatory requirement for a Part 121 air carrier to establish a CAS as well. Our CAS accomplishes surveillance and analysis of our maintenance and inspection program by verifying performance and design and effectiveness of our continuous airworthiness maintenance program. It's designed and incorporates a system safety approach for sustaining safe operation of the UPS aircraft. On the next slide, this slide shows a variety of inputs that go into our CAS program. We acquire the data, input it into the SMS or the CAS program. CAS again resides within SMS. And as shown in the flow diagram in the upper right-hand corner, it starts with the data collection. And that's a key piece, as I previously mentioned, to feed the machine. The data has to go in for the rest of the blocks to follow through with the process. You can see it moves from data collection to an analysis. Once root cause is understood from the analysis itself, corrective actions are put in place. Then lastly, as far as the flow goes, we have verification of effectiveness. We want to make sure that the corrective actions are working as designed to prevent future recurrence. But notice there's an arrow that continues right back to data collection. The system never sleeps. It's a closed loop design. It's constantly running in the background all the time. The various inputs are described on the screen. And if you really think about this at the high level, you've got auditing and surveillance activity is half of the CAS program. The other half is the reliability inputs. Under the reliability inputs is where we get into the maintenance information system that we've been talking about, or the faults which get generated from the maintenance activity, recorded, and then fed in to the process itself. I referred to earlier the auditing that occurs. We not only audit ourselves as a requirement within our CAS program, but we also have surveillance of this entire CAS process that's performed by the FAA, as well as the Department of War and the IATA, which is the International Air Transport Association's safety operational audit. So we take not only internal analysis of how we're performing and executing our program into consideration through this process, but we also add in any letters or findings that may occur, as I mentioned, from external entities such as the FAA or the other external parties.
With all that said, how do you track action items?
Within the reliability side of the house, we have tracking through corrective action plans, and we identify those with the commitment or the deliverable, when that time frame will be completed as far as implementation goes, and then follow through to verify that they were in fact implemented, as well as that they are actually working. We do the same process on the audit side within CAS.
And with that, who has primary responsibility for oversight of the action items being implemented?
The owner of the area is responsible for their specific corrective action, and then CAS, which reports back up through me in my position, as responsibility for the quality and the effectiveness of our CAS program.
How often are status updates given on action items?
As often as is needed based on the timeline for completion. Some actions may be implemented within a couple of weeks, and some may take a while to procure and or build and add into manual processes, revisions to those programs, train individuals on the new process. Sometimes that can take months. So we will keep them open, and we track those in our database until they are fully closed out. And we have a routine report that goes out every week on what remains open, and we account for every open action item through closure in a monthly report as well.
And we've kind of described what happens internally. How is that communicated externally to, let's say, vendors or major maintenance providers?
Yes, so the responsible party within the quality system sends out notifications of when the corrective action plans are due. And then all the way up through closure, an email is sent out for formal notification to the party that is responsible for answering and providing the corrective action plan documentation back to the CAS team. And we also communicate those out, and we talk about what is currently open in our processes in our CAS quarterly meetings as well.
Has UPS ever received any feedback from an outside vendor on this process and the results of a finding?
Yes, the overall corrective action plan process, we're constantly looking for process improvement opportunities. So we make sure that our communications are clear and what the expected deliverables are. We have meetings that support that to ensure at the end of the day, once we receive the corrective action plan, it meets our expectations. So we put emphasis on that up front at a formal, in a formal meeting when the corrective action plan is assigned. And then we also look for effectiveness of the actual outputs, and we take the input from all of the system owners, if you will, to make sure at the end of the day, we have an effective program. So it is a continuous process improvement opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wilson has some questions for the Teamsters.
Thank you. Actually, I have some follow-ups for UPS before I get to Mr. Dickens. Mr. Springer, you mentioned with the service difficulty report, Mr. Johnson had asked you if you look at the SDR database for items related to your fleet, and you said until recently. So I was curious, since the accident, is that something that UPS has started doing?
So in the past, we always looked as SDR as a reporting system. And obviously, when you get into what other inputs do you have, not only our own internal experience, but what other ways can we get external inputs? So as part of our process improvement enhancement, we've made a change to ask our structures engineers to not only review our SDRs, but also make them aware that there's the ability to search the FAA database.
Are you aware, have they found anything of interest in that review?
This is a fairly recent change within our processes.
Okay. SDRs, when they're submitted, is there a quality control, quality assurance review process to make sure that quality SDRs are being submitted?
Yes, our engineering standards reporting team is responsible for reviewing everything that's been initially flagged as meeting the SDR criteria. And they also look at specific, in the current setting, they look at certain subject areas that are more prone to have potential SDRs to be a second way of identifying them. But part of that quality process is sometimes an item will be marked as an SDR as it comes through from the aircraft maintenance technician. They'll look at it, they'll review it with our engineering standards manager who has a structures background. If we're talking about structural defects, they'll get the right manager involved and make sure that we're consistent in meeting the criteria so that we're trying to submit the best and consistent data into the SDR system.
And when a structural defect is reported, does that ground the airplane?
In a line maintenance setting, when a structural defect is recorded, like any defect, it's now an open fault in our system, or could be, before we went to our current MIS system, would be an open logbook item, or could be an open logbook item too. So it has to be addressed per the manuals or other engineering document if it's outside the manuals, and it has to be closed before the airplane would be considered airworthy and return to service.
I'd like to add to that as well. From an overall perspective, just explaining a little bit further from what Dave had expressed with affecting the airworthiness release, any fault that's identified requires to be addressing the discrepancy before the aircraft can operate again. We have a airworthiness release procedure that is in our general maintenance manual, and it can only be performed by trained and qualified individuals on that process. We do this prior to every flight where we have maintenance staffed in that location. And the airworthiness release process certifies that the work was performed in accordance with our manuals, that all inspections that were required to be performed were performed to a satisfactory condition, that no known condition exists that would make the aircraft unairworthy. And so far as any of the work that was performed since the last airworthiness release process was executed, no known condition exists making the aircraft unairworthy. And so far as the work performed, the aircraft is in a condition for safe operation.
Thank you for that. We've seen in other accidents that SMS looks great on paper. And you identified that great slide of all of the different processes under your SMS. How do you think SMS has improved UPS's ability to identify trends?
I think if I go back to the initial time we implemented and had an initially approved SMS program, we like to refer to that time frame as having many silos of excellence. And I think it's broken the barriers down a lot where we have cross-pollination of information. It's really pulled our flight maintenance and ground operation teams together. We do a lot of collaborative reviews to get other perspectives on hazard identification within our operation. So I think we have a much wider lens of our organization now that we have SMS implemented.
Is the safety department included in that process? You mentioned flight and I think maintenance and engineering, but is safety also looped into that?
Yes, our airline safety department is part of that process, and they routinely attend meetings and analysis reviews to make sure at the end of the day, we are executing the process correctly and recording the results so that we have those for record retention.
All right, Mr. Dickens. Could you please describe who at UPS is represented by Teamsters?
Okay, the aircraft maintenance technicians are represented by UPS Teamsters. Our utilities personnel are represented by Teamsters. Our tech publication individuals are also represented by Teamsters.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dickens, would you mind pulling that closer?
Okay, is that better?
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And approximately how many employees does Teamsters represent at UPS?
Right now, we're approximately about 1,500.
And of the Teamsters personnel that are working on UPS aircraft, are they FAA certificated mechanics?
Yes.
And what about those working in maintenance control? What is their background?
Maintenance control are also individuals who have an airframe and power plant license. So technically, they are certified by the FAA.
We had FAA and also UPS define in service structural defects. how would you, as a mechanic and under maintenance control, how would you define that as well?
Yeah, I would use the similar information that they've already applied, but so technically cracks, permanent deformation, corrosion of aircraft structures, defects of that nature.
And for the line maintenance technicians, how are they trained to identify structural defects?
Okay. All aircraft maintenance personnel are trained in our GMM, which
Sorry,
states,
Mr. Dickens, would you mind moving the
Not at all.
microphone right in front of you?
how's that?
Wonderful.
Okay. So all the aircraft maintenance technicians are trained in our general maintenance manual, which gives them the definition of what a structural defect is and how they would proceed if a defect is found.
Is there on-the-job training as well?
Basically, if an aircraft technician has to be trained on the job, they would be provided some sort of a manual or an engineering order on specific details on what to look for the defects.
And who provides this training?
UPS provides training on a daily basis, and we have aircraft maintenance bulletins that are sent out regularly for updates on information that maintenance needs.
So information related to structural defects, is that a one-time training? Is that offered in recurrent training? How often do they receive that?
That I can't give an exact answer for.
Okay. What role?
Could you provide that for the record? Could the Teamsters provide that for the record in writing?
Yes, ma'am, we will attempt to get that for you.
Thank you.
What role does UPS maintenance control play in the reporting of structural defects?
So when a maintenance technician discovers a defect, that individual would enter that into the aircraft log as a discrepancy. Sometimes the maintenance technician himself will review the technical manuals. We will assist when required to help the mechanics go through those technical manuals. We'll help them determine whether or not it's something that can be repaired on a line maintenance base. If it's out of allowable limits, then that's when we would request engineering assistance, and then they would proceed with providing an EO for a corrective action.
And I don't know if this question is better for you, Mr. Dickens, or possibly UPS, but what structural defects seem to be the most common?
The most common in a line maintenance facility that we run would be dents and scratches or gouges on aircraft surfaces.
Is there a particular fleet that has more reports than others?
No, it's pretty much even across the board.
For the MD-11F fleet, are there any known hotspots, so to speak, structural defects that appear commonly on that aircraft?
None that I'm aware of.
UPS, do you have any data on that or information?
No specific data, but notionally we know that any part of the aircraft that's accessed on a routine basis, like lower cargo doors, main cargo doors, tend to have more structural discrepancies as far as dents or scratches or gouges, just because of the interfacing with ground support equipment.
Mr. Dickens, so when a defect is reported, and I think you alluded to this a little bit, but I'm just going to ask more pointedly. So a defect's reported to maintenance control, and what do you do next?
When a maintenance technician makes us aware of a defect, we will use the technical manuals to determine whether or not that's a allowable limit maintenance manual, structural repair manual. If we cannot find a corrective action in those manuals, and that's when we would proceed with requesting engineering assistance and proceeding from there.
And again, this could be for UPS or Mr. Dickens. Does Maintenance identify repeat defects that are reported?
Yeah, in our maintenance system, we can search history for defects. Typically, we would use the ATA code system, or we can also search history using keywords.
So that's something that has to be initiated versus just an automatic, the process, the system itself is looking for trends.
If it's like a one-off type discrepancy from a mechanic, when we issue deferrals through our MEL system, once that process is started, it will trigger recent faults under that same category as we are in the middle of issuing that deferral through our MEL. More or less, it will show some history that way.
I'll add as well that we have an analysis tool that we use that looks for repeats. It's not contained within the maintenance application, which is our maintenance information system we've generically referred to. We have other data mining tools that look for repeats as well, and that falls under the reliability portion of the CAS program.
And is there a dedicated person that is their role to look for that data, mine that data?
Yes, it falls under our maintenance action inspection program, or known as MAIP, within our general maintenance manual, and it's performed in a tech support function within our airline, within aircraft maintenance and engineering. And they're looking for things such as like a repeat of 3 in 20 or 3 in 30 days, as it currently is now, for something that is repetitive in nature on a more current frequency.
And Mr. Dickens, does maintenance control receive any reports from outside vendors such as STE, SAA?
We don't receive the reports. We communicate with them and we assist them when we're able to, but specific reports we do not receive.
Is Teamsters involved at all in the analysis of repeat defects? Are you involved in either running those reports or participating in meetings regarding them?
That would be handled in a different department than the actual line maintenance Teamsters personnel.
Okay.
And I'll just clarify, the team that looks at that is within the tech support function of our maintenance organization.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you very much.
All right, my next group of questions are for Mr. Gallegos from San Antonio Aerospace. Can you please describe the services San Antonio Aerospace provides for UPS, and let's look through a lens of at the time of the accident?
Sure, we provide major maintenance support for UPS and UPS aircraft.
And specifically, what type of work did San Antonio Aerospace perform on the MD-11 fleet?
So for the MD-11 fleet, we provided a C-check support, we provided a gear change support, and drop-in aircraft support, and other types of checks.
Okay. What is San Antonio Aerospace's definition of a structural defect?
Structural defect is similar, our definition is similar to UPS, and then basically taken from the FARs. It's a defect, cracks, corrosion, gouges to aircraft structure.
Okay. Are all San Antonio Aerospace maintenance personnel working on UPS FAA certificated mechanics?
No, not all of the maintenance personnel are certificated mechanics.
Are each of the San Antonio Aerospace maintenance personnel that work on airplanes for UPS given UPS training for procedures and documentation?
Yes, the initial training for any personnel working on the UPS program is a in-class training where we go through their GMM. And then there is testing on that or after that training. And then there is recurrent training, which is a computer-based training.
All right. And how are changes to the UPS manuals communicated to San Antonio Aerospace personnel when they occur? So if there's a revision to a UPS maintenance manual, UPS general maintenance manual, how is that communicated and how is the workforce kept aware of that change in real time?
So UPS issues, I believe they're called AMBs or AMPs. I believe UPS can clarify what exactly they're called, but we get those notifications from UPS, and then our technicians are all required to read the bulletins that UPS issues and acknowledge that they have read and understood those bulletins.
Mr. Deckard, is that what those were called?
Yes, they are called Aircraft Maintenance Bulletins, AMB.
AMB. Are the San Antonio Aerospace inspections of the pylon aft bulkhead consistent with the UPS inspections described earlier?
Yes, we use the UPS task cards for the general visual inspection and the detailed visual inspection as described by UPS earlier.
Do you recall if San Antonio Aerospace has ever found any defects on the pylon aft bulkhead other than the 2008 swage ring failure?
Yes, I recall in 2020, we, as part of a repair, a different repair to a different area of the aircraft, actually to the wing of the aircraft we were doing, we had to drop or remove the engine and the pylon to do the repair on the wing, and corrosion was found subsequently on the aft bulkhead. And due to that corrosion, the aft spherical bearing had to be removed and replaced.
How are San Antonio Aerospace personnel trained to identify and report defects? We'll call it structural defects.
Excuse me. So our like I stated earlier, all our personnel that work on the UPS program have to go through the GMM training, first of all, which defines, their maintenance program and structural defects. And then they go through training in our repair station manual, which covers, maintenance requirements and reporting requirements.
All right, let's expand on that a little bit. Is there a inspector qualification course where they're taught about corrosion and cracks and defects that they would be looking for?
Right. So our inspectors are all certified mechanics, and so they go through training to get certified by the FAA, and all our inspectors have a minimum of 5 years experience in aircraft maintenance. And they get training when they come in, initial training, they get a training assessment on what areas may be lacking that they need training on. And we focus OJT in those areas while they're working.
Are there any differences between San Antonio Aerospace and UPS inspection and maintenance procedures for the MD-11 pylon?
No, sir. We follow UPS's general maintenance manual procedures.
What personnel at San Antonio Aerospace are able to report defects?
Our quality control inspectors are able to report defects, and all of our AMTs are able to report defects.
What is the process according to the UPS working agreement for reporting structural defects?
Can we pull up Exhibit 11 Alpha Alpha? It's the same slide that UPS was explaining earlier. Page 5, I believe. I'm sorry, that's not the right page.
Page 13.
Apologies. So this is the SDR reporting process. It's not the defect. Did you mean defects as far as faults and non-routines?
That is correct.
What page is it in your process?
Take your time to look at the exhibit list. It's
Sorry.
fine. Don't worry.
Apologies. No, the fault is raised. The one where you explained the OEM? Yes, that one.
So it's going to be PDF page 6.
6. I'm sorry, page 6. Right. So when a structural defect is found, our quality control department will initiate a non-routine card in the UPS maintenance platform, and that is the current process. So just to be clear, we're talking about the current process, not in 2008.
Correct.
So when they initiate that defect, our AMTs evaluate the defect against the OEM manuals or the UPS data to verify or to see whether it is within allowable limits or not. And then if it is found to be within the allowable limits, they proceed to perform the maintenance per the OEM or UPS data. If it is found to be outside of the limits, then they contact engineering for support and disposition. If it is determined in coordination with SAA engineering and UPS engineering that OEM review is required, we will send the data to the OEM for disposition. Once the OEM provides the disposition, we work in coordination with the UPS. We provide them documentation and instructions based on the OEM disposition. They review and they approve the documentation that we provide via their engineering order, and then those instructions are issued to the floor so the maintenance personnel can perform the task per the OEM or the UPS data.
Okay, one follow-up on a previous question. Are non-certificated individuals allowed to sign off work at San Antonio Aerospace?
I'm not exactly sure on that question. I'm not sure how exactly it works with our non-certificated mechanics. I know that the complete sign-off of the entire job, it has to be done by certificated, but each exact step that they do, I'm not sure exactly how that works. So we can definitely get that information to you at a later date.
Mr. Johnson, I don't know if it's appropriate if I could add something on the manual change process that you asked about earlier.
By all means.
I think it's important to note as well that the portal for the UPS manuals, which include our company manuals, such as the general maintenance manual, as well as the aircraft maintenance manuals that we provide to ST Engineering San Antonio, are only the current revision is available at all times in that portal that we provide to our vendor.
I guess what I'm trying to make sure is that when a change is made, that the techs on the floor are aware of that change, because the way they're doing it yesterday is not the way they're doing it today. So now we need to make sure that they understand there is a change and that they can follow it. And not everyone goes to the GMM every day of the week. So that's what I was trying to understand is how is that communicated?
Yeah, I just wanted to add for importance of the old revision is no longer available. So an outdated process would no longer remain accessible.
Okay, thank you. Are repetitive defects at San Antonio Aerospace captured and reported in any way?
Yeah, currently all the defects are captured and reported in the UPS maintenance platform.
So San Antonio Aerospace does not have its own system that would capture and report trends?
No, we do not. We rely on UPS's system for that.
Are repetitive defects reported to the FAA and or Boeing?
Repetitive defects, as described earlier, is just a non-routine that does not have an SDR, is not reported by us to the FAA. And if it does not require Boeing engineering, it is not reported by us to Boeing.
So if there are inconsistencies between a UPS work scope and a manufacturer's maintenance manual, how are those situations rectified?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific in as far as UPS work scope?
So if there's a task card from UPS, and I understand you're following UPS's program, but you notice that there's a difference between a Boeing maintenance manual and the instructions in that task card, how would you rectify that discrepancy?
Typically, the mechanics, if the task card contains all the instructions and does not refer us to the maintenance manual for anything, then we would not typically go to the aircraft maintenance manual. But if there's some reference to the aircraft maintenance manual in the task card, and if there is any discrepancies in between what the task card is telling us to do and what the AMM is telling to do, yes, we would definitely raise that to the to UPS. And I'm not aware of a system that does that, but usually those discrepancies are noted verbally or in writing by email to the local maintenance supervisors, UPS maintenance supervisors.
Okay. Does San Antonio Aerospace file any service difficulty reports on behalf of UPS?
We file the service difficulty reports directly to UPS. We do not file service difficulty reports outside of that system directly to the FAA.
Okay, thank you. Next, Ms. Oki has some questions for the FAA.
Great, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Wu, you stated earlier that 121.703 is a requirement for 121 operators to report defects. It requires each operator to submit an SDR covering each 24-hour period, and each report shall be submitted within the next 96 hours. Could you please explain the criticality of the information being supplied to the FAA?
The reports sometimes come as an initial, may not have additional details, but we do receive supplemental reports as well, but they are very critical to the FAA, to the principal inspector that receives them. It's important to, of course, understand whether the deficiency, defect, malfunction is a critical safety of flight item. And if those do encounter those, our guidance does require them to reach out to further investigate, assess, and also work with our aircraft evaluation division, who is our liaison to the aircraft certification service, and then bring all those folks on board to do some further risk analysis, look at the severity, likelihood, and those type of things, and other actions that need to be taken.
Why the 96-hour requirement?
Okay, can I call up Exhibit 7W Whiskey, Slide 6? So this timeline depicts the evolution of the reporting window, and actually began even before 1964. In 1949, under the Civil Aeronautics Manual 42, it actually required immediate reporting for mechanical defects and hazardous nature. That didn't have what we currently consider the enumerated list that we have today. That didn't come about to about 1962. And then in 1964 is when 121.703, what we know as SDR today, which was actually mechanical reliability reporting back in 1964. That actually required 24 hours notification. And then in 1985, it was revised to 72 hours. And then in 2005 is when it came to the current 96-hour rule. And basically, under the Federal Register, it speaks that the increase in time from 72 to 96 hours is to reduce some of the reduction of supplemental SDRs and reduce the administrative burden for both the FAA and industry. But our guidance in 8900.1, Volume 3, Chapter 32, Section 15, speaks to review and acceptance of SDR programs. And it does state in there and in our safety assurance system data collection tools that inspectors use to evaluate SDR programs, that if it's a critical safety of flight issue, that operators would immediately report that to the FAA and then provide a report through the SDR system within 24 hours.
Since the form can be filled out electronically and sent to Oklahoma City, are the principal maintenance inspectors made aware of the SDR discrepancies for their operators?
In our guidance, we do have the ability, and the system is called the Enhanced Dynamic Reporting Ad Hoc Criteria-Based Email Alerts. So principal inspectors and all ASIs actually can go into this system and schedule daily, weekly, monthly, yearly reports that get emailed to you, and will provide you all of those SDR submitted within the last, if you choose daily, the last 24 hours.
Could you please explain who in the FAA reviews and analyze each of these submitted SDRs?
Okay, and our guidance speaks to the principal inspector having that responsibility to perform that initial function. The PI has a very important role with regard to this, with ensuring that the operator's program contains the appropriate design and making sure that these reports are submitted. They also have responsibility for validating and ensuring that those reports contain all of the requirements stated in 14 CFR 121.703, and also validating that any actions taken are appropriate corrective actions, and also validating if there's any immediate safety risk to also bring on those other folks that I had mentioned in my previous response.
Could you please explain the process, if any, on how historical SDRs are taken into account when reviewing recently submitted SDRs?
So principal inspectors do have the ability to, with a couple other items as well. We have a safety analysis branch that our 8900 guidance details as well in volume 8, chapter 5, section 6, for reviewing, analyzing, and assessing SDRs. And this speaks to the safety analysis branch, where we have our operations research analysts and data scientists that can support in some of this data searching. There is also the SDRS system itself, where if data is correctly inputted, they are able to search by part numbers and such. And we also have a new system that was implemented in April that's actually available to everyone. And it's an SDRS by year, all the way back to 1995, the ability to pull that data.
Are these SDR provided to the manufacturer for their review or awareness? Or are we relying on them to look through the database?
I would have to ask if Mr. Knopp could answer that.
So today, the database is available to anyone to look through. So Boeing is able to, and as part of our current cost working agreement, they're expected to review SDR data.
Does the FAA provide these SDRs to the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, for awareness or information?
I don't know if we specifically supply them to ICAO, but again, they are available for review. So.
Mr. Wu, can you provide an example when the FAA received an SDR and the FAA took immediate action, or it could be for Mr. Knopp as well?
I don't have an immediate example of that, but I can share with you that many of the changes and outcomes of SDRs do drive some immediate action, and many of those actions are taken by the operator with maintenance inspection interval changes to their program. And that involves error usually in those discussions as well, and as they come across those type of situations.
You mentioned that the PMI looks through their operator's SDR. Are they also responsible when looking at trends?
They are, the trend data would probably fall more under the air side with some of the systems that they have available to them. Mr. Knopp.
So today, we do have a section in air that does holistically look at trends in SDR data to identify anything that we would need to take additional action on. That is all SDRs across the entire system to see. So we have folks that do look at that.
Is there a notification system in the SDR database where the PMI gets notified, or is that just more of a manual process?
I apologize, I missed the first part of that question.
Okay, so you mentioned that the PMI reviews database for their operator. Is there a notification system in the database where the PMI gets, a ping whenever their operator submits an SDR?
The PMI, let me just kind of add some clarity to that. Sometimes at these certificate management offices with large CMOs and air carriers, some of that work is performed by ASIs, but that doesn't really relieve the principal inspector of his responsibility. But if he schedules that system through the EDR system, the Enhanced Dynamic Reporting System, he will receive that email at that specified time, daily or weekly or monthly.
Okay. And in the group that's analyzing the SDR for trends, does that get sent to the PMI for awareness with their operator?
If the section in aircraft certification identified a trend that was concerning, then they would reach out to our branch, and then we would reach out to the CMOs as appropriate, depending on the issue.
Okay, thank you. Now Dr. Wilson has some questions.
Thanks so much. I wanted to follow up on the enhanced dynamic reporting. It doesn't sound like it, but is it required that PMIs get notified or sign up for this notification?
That is true. It is not currently a requirement.
Okay. And can it be filtered by operator and or fleet type, or is it all SDRs that are reported? You said daily, weekly, monthly?
Yes, you can set specific filters to specifically your fleet, specifically what air carrier, what fleet type, and even further refine those reports if you want.
And just out of curiosity, if you know, how many SDRs are reported on a daily, weekly, monthly basis? Any idea?
I don't have that offhand, but I can get you that information if you would like.
Okay, thanks.
We get about 20,000 SDR reports on Boeing products a year.
Okay, thank you. The 96-hour rule for reporting, is there a requirement for those SDRs submitted to be reviewed by the FAA? Are they reviewed the next day? How quickly are the SDRs that are submitted? How quickly are they reviewed by the FAA?
Yes, there is a requirement to perform those reviews. They are ad hoc reviews as well. We principal inspectors, those are certificate management functions as far as air traffic reports, air turnbacks, incidents, occurrences, those type of things drive principal inspectors to review those and also validate that SDRs are reported. And then also that drives them to also evaluate those SDRs for any, immediate new hazards or risks or, emerging trends that they observe in those reviews to drive it to a higher levels of collaboration across the FAA.
And I apologize if you said this and I missed it, but is there a time limit? So does an SDR have to be reviewed within 96 hours or 72, 24 hours?
There is not a time limit. They do have a requirement to review, but most ad hoc type of events or those type of things drive the principal inspectors or the partial program managers for those fleets to perform those reviews.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to Mr. Gallegos. So let's say that there is a borderline finding, not sure if it meets the structural defect or if it requires additional work. How does a mechanic or an inspector handle that process?
I'm sorry, a structural defect. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So maintenance is being done, an inspector or mechanic sees something that may or may not be a structural defect. What is that process? Who reviews that to make that determination?
Typically, things it's not upon our quality control inspectors usually to determine, I guess if it's not a defect, usually if they see something and it looks like a defect, they'll write it up.
Okay, so at an abundance of caution, we'll report that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are personnel discouraged from reporting a defect because it could ground an aircraft and won't get out of maintenance?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody, to your knowledge, reported any pressure from UPS to not report something with the aircraft?
I have no knowledge of any reports like that.
Okay. For the FAA, is the FAA involved in any of the meetings at UPS where trend data is discussed?
I'm sorry, I'm in policy, so I can't speak for the safety assurance offices and how they perform those functions.
UPS, does FAA participate in your meetings?
Yes, the one meeting related to our fleet, we have a bi-monthly or every other month, we have our fleet. We have a fleet technical review. Our fleet management teams lead that, where any emerging issues and reliability trends are discussed, and any projects that are coming forth to address trends, they are invited and participate in those meetings on a regular basis.
And is it the POI, the PMI, both? Who's invited?
It's usually it flows through the PMI and the PAI. It's usually some of the inspectors that report to them that have the fleet specific assignments. They'll be the ones that come and participate in the meeting because they have the knowledge of the fleet that's being discussed.
And to further help with that, if we could bring up Exhibit 11, Alpha PDF page 12. So on this slide, this is the UPS communications to the FAA. You'll see on the left-hand slide, in accordance with our general maintenance manual, here's all the required reporting per the regulations of what is provided, to include, as we've been discussing, the service difficulty report. Additional communication that also goes out and is a little more specific to the local CMOs or the certificate management offices, and to the leadership as well as the ASIs that are assigned to a particular area, whether that's maintenance or avionics by fleet. We have an aircraft reliability report that gets produced monthly. We have certification project calls to status where we're at with projects, so they can evaluate and assign resources to support that activity. We have a continuing analysis and surveillance system report that goes out on a quarterly basis. We have informal leadership or certificate management office meetings. A lot of times that's led by the resident 119.65 qualified personnel within UPS and the PIs, as well as on occasion the office manager at the FAA. We also have routine safety management system reviews on a quarterly basis that talk about what we're seeing as far as trends, emerging issues, risk assessments that are performed, as well as any of the outputs of that. And then under the surveillance safety assurance system, or SAS, we talk about what's the office has identified and where we're at in progression with addressing any of those issues. They have access, our local FAA office membership has access to our maintenance information system, also referred to previously as maintenance, so they can see our daily activity status, what's going on at the time a fault is opened up on the aircraft, all the way through closure of a maintenance visit, where we're at with the airworthiness release process, et cetera. They have on-site visits that they routinely perform, not only at our program levels, but they do gateway visits. They will visit any maintenance activity that is available to them. They have access to our engineering orders and what's produced out of that activity. So if we identify a repair or a fleet campaign that we're going to perform on the aircraft itself, they have access. Tech reviews, which is what Dave was referring to as well. We have those routinely by fleet type, and the fleet SMEs, if you will, within the certificate management office are invited to attend those. It's always an open door to anyone they want to bring. In fact, any of these processes, a lot of times new folks within the FAA office are brought along so they can kind of be trained up before they're assigned a formal position. And then lastly, of course, we provide voluntary program reviews for ASAPs to include any trends within our VDR program, and ASAP is Aviation Safety Action Program, which the FAA also has a member on our committee.
All right. And One last question for the panel as a whole. So we've talked about the reporting of structural defects and SDRs. So I'd like, what about that process do you think could be improved? And I'd be interested in all of the parties, FAA, UPS, Teamsters, STE, SAA. What do you think could be improved about that process?
For us, I really, the data quality side of the house, I think could be improved a little more. Description, trying to work on better taxonomy, using correct part numbers, component numbers, those type of things that help improve the ability to mine that data.
Yeah, just to add on to that, as an example, the 4 SDRs that are in the 7F exhibit, you'll see the JAS codes are different, even though they're reported the same thing. So that is, and there are other differences for a report that's supposed to be really the same thing happened 4 times, and it's not 4 same SDRs. So that is important for us, so that our folks that do look at trends have that data to look at the trends appropriately. So thanks.
I'll echo some of those same thoughts. From an industry perspective, we've had some working teams focused on the criteria and the consistency of what we report across the board through all operators to be consistent, give good data into the system. Now that we've started to look at searchability of the system, it's very cumbersome. In this world where we're into machine learning and AI, if we have better access to the whole data set, it obviously would provide better results.
If I can echo, what these gentlemen have said as well, just consistency on the requirements. If we can pull up slide or exhibit 7, Victor, and I believe it's page 2. Right, so if you just go through the different requirements based on the different regulations, you can see for how it's different for each regulation. So I guess just clarification or more cohesive approach on what the requirements actually are.
Mr. Dickens, anything?
Sure. I think at the line maintenance level, I think it would be very helpful that once the SCRs are submitted to the FAA and that data is compiled, if that would be somehow filtered back down to the line mechanics in some format that they could actually be aware of the trends that are happening. That would be helpful.
I have a follow-up with UPS. When you guys identify a trend, is that communicated to Boeing for informational or help with analysis or resolution?
So there's a yes, no there. It really depends on the trend that we're finding. So for example, if we're finding cracks on, let's say, secondary structure that we can handle through a maintenance program change to just have better, more timely detection so we replace the part. But when we get into, if we're starting to see repeat items on primary structure and PSE, there would be communication just dependent upon the nature and the severity of the issue.
I actually have one follow-up for Mr. Dickens, because I did ask Mr. Gallegos if he ever was aware of any pressure from UPS to get an airplane out of maintenance. And I would ask the same from the Teamsters perspective. Are you aware of any pressures from UPS to shortcut maintenance or get aircraft out back on the line?
Nothing that would be considered inappropriate. Obviously, we run an operation, but no mechanic is pressured to sign off any defect.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Wu, as far as SDR notifications to the principal inspectors, would it not make more sense to automatically notify them based on the certificate number, the CMT or PMI that's responsible for that certificate as an automated function of the SDR database input rather than depending on a PMI to go sign up to be alerted? It just seems like backwards to me that with the technology we have today, we could automatically notify somebody instantly when it's occurring rather than depending on them going to look and hoping they find it. Is that a possibility? Would that be favorable?
I think that's definitely a possibility. The other aspect, and I'm sorry that I failed to mention it again, is that in our guidance, it does speak to any critical safety of flight items, that those are immediately reported. So those would be evaluated and taken through AED and aircraft certification branches for those areas. But I do see absolutely what you're saying there, that function. I think that there is a possibility of doing that. I'm not sure why the branch that's responsible, but that's something that we'll take back with us.
Thank you.
Before I forget, Mr. Gallegos, for the 2020 pylon removal and bearing remove replace, could we get a copy of that work order or the work done on that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Knob, did the FAA mine the SDR database after this accident for this bearing failure mode?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then this question goes to Mr. Gallegos and possibly Mr. Springer, maybe Mr. Deckard. But in 2008, SCE found the aft pylon bearing staking ring had fractured. What were the outputs of that finding from the UPS fleet side, both from STE and from UPS side?
Could you clarify what you mean by the outputs?
Were there other aircraft that were looked at? Was the other pylon looked at? Given that this was an anomalous finding that was reported to Boeing, what was done with this finding beyond just that one finding and resolving it on that aircraft?
As far as SAA is concerned, there were no other actions taken other than rectifying that discrepancy.
The SWED ring or the staking ring failure and finding was through our normal general visual inspections of the area. So there was no additional changes as a result since it was found with a normal inspection.
Were there processes in place back then that might have driven the inspection of other aircraft, given that it was an odd finding per se?
Yeah, looking at our processes back then, other than the interaction with our maintenance team, the interaction between our maintenance team on site and our engineering, but I'm not aware that there was any specific outcome to do any additional inspections over than what we were doing normally and found it.
And was there a root cause analysis to determine why the SWED ring or staking ring had fractured and separated on that one?
Well, in the communication with Boeing, we between ST and UPS were asked to return the discrepant bearing once it was removed. I'm not aware of what occurred after that. There was the ask, but there was no outcome that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Chair Hamidi, that's technical panel one's questions.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break to 10:45, about 15 minutes. All right, we're going to get started again. All right, we're going to go to the parties now for questioning of the witnesses. Parties, please remember you have to limit your questions to the topics listed in the agenda. Please also refrain from asking questions that call for speculation or analysis. Finally, only your designated spokesperson may question the witnesses. I had a different order earlier. Well, we're going alphabetical now. Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have a question for this round.
Federal Aviation Administration.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Knopp, you mentioned earlier about the expectation of Boeing review applicable SDRs based on the cost agreement. Can you clarify?
Yes, so there isn't a regulatory requirement for Boeing to review SDRs. As part of the cost working agreement, which is Exhibit 7S, if you look in Section 4.1.3, it talks about all data sources that could be used for event reporting. One of the items is FAA reports, which we would consider SDRs to fall within that title. Again, it lists a number of things that Boeing has to look through that they should use to meet their 21.3 requirement, which I think we'll get into this afternoon. And so that is what I was referencing earlier with review of SDRs.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Knopp, can you also clarify the FAA research done into SDRs post-accident?
For sure. So after I said I wasn't aware of it, I immediately thought of us doing stuff to look at the SDR database. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. We did do efforts after the accident to look in the SDR database. I don't know if it would be considered an extensive mining of the SDR database. We did search for other events that would be related to the pylon or the engine or anything to do with that could have been at the accident. So yes, we did do some effort in that regard. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. For Mr. Gallegos, what supervision or oversight does ST have over non-certificated mechanics on the work they perform?
The certificated or the non-certificated mechanics are overseen by certificated mechanics.
Directly per job?
That is correct.
Okay. And also, what level of certification is required to return an aircraft to service?
The quality controls inspectors are the ones who return the aircraft to service on our facility, and they are all certified mechanics.
Okay, thank you. For UPS, does UPS audit training for persons performing maintenance at vendor facilities or contract facilities?
Yes, we do. Within our CAS program audits, that is one of the elements in the audit checklist is to verify that the vendor is following their internal repair station requirements as well.
Okay, thank you. For structural defects that are found by yourselves or by your vendor maintenance, do you share those findings with other operators of similar fleet types?
We would share those if asked. Sometimes we utilize a Boeing fleet idea exchange where other operators will ask other operators about their experience. In that setting, that we get exchanged or communicated, but it's not. That's more of a pull by other operators than a push by us.
Okay, thank you. And similar question to what I had for ST, but for UPS as well, what certification of mechanics does it require to return to service for an aircraft?
Our GMM procedure for anyone performing airworthiness requires certification. So an A&P license plus the training at a minimum, you have to have also the training. You can't just have an A&P license by itself, but training specifically on the airworthiness process before you're qualified.
Okay, thank you. And finally, for us, for UPS, according to your SMS program, after you identify an issue that needs to be fixed by one of your vendors, who within the company ensures that that issue is properly addressed?
So organizationally, within UPS, the responsible UPS department or person would oversee that process. So as an example, And with a third party, we have major maintenance airframe UPS representation that consists of a manager as well as supervisors who are considered UPS reps. They would be the interface from our company to the vendor on implementing any actions locally.
Okay, thank you. I see our time's about to expire. That's all the questions we have for now.
Thank you. International Brotherhood of Teamsters.
Yes, ma'am, I have a few questions. First one's for Clint Dickens. You'd said, or you were asked about a department that looked at repetitive issues within the airline. Is there a department that looks at that?
Yeah, we have a lead service tech department and, we have a lead service tech department and they follow the chronic issues on aircraft. So when a fault happens, say multiple times within a 30-day period, they will investigate those faults and then issue alerts for those faults to be worked.
Okay, thank you. And next question is for Mr. Gallaragos. I'm sorry, pronouncing your name wrong. The gentleman from San Antonio. Is there a ratio that you try to maintain between certificated mechanics and uncertificated mechanics?
I'm not sure if there's an exact ratio that we try to maintain, but the work that they sign off is allowed by UPS's GMM, and the non-certificated mechanics is also accepted by or allowed by the FARs.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. STE San Antonio Aerospace.
Madam Chairwoman, at this time, we have no questions for the witnesses.
Thank you. UPS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For UPS, who decides whether a part is a PSE?
We rely on the manufacturer or OEM to determine whether or not structure is a PSE.
Earlier in your response, you mentioned the GVI and DVI inspections. Can you describe what they are?
Yes, if we could bring up Exhibit 11 Alpha Alpha PDF page 7, please. All right, on this first slide, we have the definition for a general visual inspection. It's excerpt straight out of our general maintenance manual, and I'm going to read some of the high points. General visual inspection is a visual examination of an interior or exterior area, installation or assembly to detect obvious damage, failure, or irregularity. This level of inspection is made within touching distance unless otherwise specified. Included is a note that says this level of inspection is utilized in the zonal inspection program. And I'd like to also add that the term zonal inspection is applied to each zone defined by access and area to check a system and power plant installations and structure for security and general condition. The next slide defines our detailed inspection in accordance with the UPS maintenance manual. So if we could roll one more, please. Okay. Detailed inspection is an intensive examination, so it's more invasive, of a specific item, installation, or assembly to detect damage, failure, or irregularity. Normal available lighting is generally supplemented with a direct source of good lighting at an appropriate intensity. I think it's important to key in that inspection aids such as mirrors, magnifying glasses, etc. may be necessary. Surface cleaning and extensive access may be required. Also included in the note is confirmation that this inspection level meets the intent of the structural inspection programs.
for UPS, had the accident aircraft had both the GVI and DVI inspections completed?
Yes, as shown in both of the slides, the general visual inspection of the aft bulkhead was completed in September of 2021, and the detailed inspection was completed in September of 2021, with both of those inspections being due again in September, October of 2027.
Could you tell us, how does Boeing communicate with the company?
Can you restate that question, please?
Yeah, what communication methods, such as service letters, service bulletins, et cetera, does Boeing use to communicate with UPS?
Can we pull up slide or exhibit 11 Alpha Alpha, page 9, please? This is just a quick review of the Boeing service documents. It also has the FAA documents at top and kind of a hierarchy of how we look at them. You're going to just touch briefly on the top, which is the emergency AD, which is an immediate rule that's mandated and we take action on. An airworthiness directive, a standard airworthiness directive has a comment period that operators and the public can comment on and provide feedback on before it's finalized and published. It's a mandate we take action on. But the primary service documents that we take action on are an alert service bulletin, a standard service bulletin, and a service letter. An alert service bulletin has been one that's been through the cost process and been determined as safety. A regular service bulletin does not have that safety designation. And then you get into the lowest level, a service letter, which is advisory and informational in nature.
Thank you. It's our time. We'll wait for the next round.
Great. Boeing?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Knopp, on the question of FAA reports and the cost working agreement, would it be fair to say that the common understanding between the FAA and Boeing is that FAA reports has been in reference to reports made by the FAA to Boeing, rather than third-party reports made directly to the FAA?
Well, I guess I can't speak to the history of this agreement before I was there and what exactly that references. I would say that the intent today is that we should all be looking at SDRs to understand if there's any info. And I think we'll talk about the nature of that data later today. So I don't know what the intent was before, and we should clarify that moving forward. So.
Thank you. We have no further questions.
Thank you. FAA?
FAA has no additional questions. Thank you.
Teamsters?
No additional questions.
San Antonio Aerospace?
No additional questions.
UPS?
And Madam Chair, you mentioned today that you may do 3 rounds. I've probably got quite a few questions if you have the time. So thank you very much. This question's for the FAA. At the time of the accident, did the FAA look for trends in the SDR database? And if so, what action, if any, was taken to make operators aware?
So I think at the time of the accident, yes, we looked for trends. I think that those trends would be trends in a database of specific to Boeing, I'll say 20,000 SDR reports each year. So 4 SDR reports spread out over 20 years would not indicate a trend. I'll say, as an example, we get trends of like smoke or fumes in the cockpit. There's hundreds of those reports a year, so we look at those. So that's an example of what our trend analysis has identified, and things we do take action on. There was no trend analysis identification of this issue that we had, reported to operators, anything like that.
Thank you. For UPS, earlier you talked about an airworthiness release. What is an airworthiness release?
An airworthiness release confirms that the aircraft is found in an airworthy condition and occurs for any maintenance activity that's been documented back to the last time the airworthiness release was performed. Airworthiness release is executed prior to each flight. And as we covered before, it's performed by trained and qualified maintenance personnel. It certifies that the work was performed in accordance with our manual. All items that were requiring inspection were determined to be satisfactorily completed, and no known condition exists that would make the aircraft unairworthy. And so far as any work performed since the last airworthiness release, the aircraft is in a condition for safe operation.
And is the flight crew made aware of the airworthiness status of their aircraft?
Yes, they are. Prior to departure, in accordance with flight crew procedures as well as maintenance procedures in the respective manuals, there is a face-to-face interaction that occurs where the airworthiness release is shown on a tablet as completed in our maintenance information system. That is shown to the flight crew for confirmation, as well as the tracking number that's assigned that's unique to that airworthiness release instance for that flight is also documented in the logbook. The flight crew not only confirms that a face-to-face occurs prior to departure, but they also verify that that airworthiness release number is recorded and signed for in the aircraft logbook by the maintenance technician.
Okay, at this point, UPS has no further questions. Thank you.
Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no more questions.
FAA.
No additional questions for FAA. Thank you.
Teamsters.
No additional questions.
San Antonio Aerospace.
No additional questions?
UPS.
No additional questions at this time.
Captain Smith, you said you had a lot.
I do, but I'm going to save a few of them for the next.
We're going to save it. Okay, so now we're going to move to the Board of Inquiry, and I'm going to start, and then we're going to stagger different rounds. So, Mr. Gallegos, you had mentioned that you don't file an official service difficulty report, which again, for those watching, it's the document failures, malfunctions, or defects in an aircraft or its components. You give it to UPS.
That is correct.
UPS, Mr. Springer, what do you then do with it when you get it from San Antonio Aerospace?
When we get the fault or the discrepancy that's been flagged as an SDR, it flows through the process that we illustrated earlier, that it ends up, it's been flagged already by the AMTs in our major maintenance facility at ST Engineering. It comes to our engineering standards team. They review it for quality and confirmation that it does meet the SDR criteria, and then it's filed, uploaded into the SDR system.
Okay, and so once that is uploaded, then does both Boeing and FAA, you have access to it then, correct? How about Boeing? Anybody?
Chair, if you're asking that question to Boeing, I
Yes.
believe it's publicly available data.
Okay, so you both have access to it.
Yes.
And UPS, do you have access to SDRs that were filed by other operators?
The SDR system does have a searchability function today. I'm not sure when that system, as it evolved over time from 2008 till today, at what point in time there was the ability to search it. But I know it can be searched now. We've learned about that ability.
Does FAA know when that searchability began?
I'm not for sure. I can confirm that.
Okay, so SDR goes to FAA, and did I hear you right, Mr. Knapp, that it goes to the principal inspector, or who else does it go to?
Yes, actually, it immediately goes to the Automation Systems Management Branch, who is the responsible party for the SDR system itself. And they will do an initial review of the data, just a quick cursory review, and then classify it to make sure it's correctly classified as air carrier or general aviation. And they will also validate flag any personal identifiable information, PII, and then they'll go into the system. And once it's in the system, then it's available for everyone to access.
Okay, so that cursory review isn't a safety review. It's to make sure it has all the information, PII is out. It's not a technical review.
Correct. It's not a technical review. And some of those are just initial reports because there's no supplemental data and no further analysis done. So they're just initial cursory look.
Okay, so then it is available for the rest of FAA use. And it's then for the principal inspector to use, or do others in FAA actively utilize it?
Yes.
You talk about principal.
Okay, I'll talk about, for us, the aviation safety inspectors, partial program managers, they have responsibility for the various fleets. The principal inspectors, they will all have the ability to look at that data. What I failed to mention earlier, I think, is that a lot of the times the principal inspectors are aware of these SDRs before they are even submitted because of the in-service events that occur that drive us to validate that those SDRs were submitted, and then, of course, then also assess and review those SDRs. But it's also available to our aircraft evaluation division. Those folks they're the maintenance review board chairmans of that process. So they have access to that data as well. And those are our interface to the aircraft certification branch. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Knapp on
and then on the aircraft certification service side, we have a section that does look at trends in all of our data sources, and SDRs is one of the data sources we have that's rather large. So we do look at those to identify trends, and that is aviation system wide. So not just specific to Boeing, but GA, general aviation, and anywhere else. So.
Okay, great. Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, I want to personally send out my condolences to the families and friends who lost loved ones in this tragedy, and to those who were injured. My thoughts and prayers are with you. I want to thank the investigative team for the work they've done so far. I want to thank all our party members for being here, and I want to especially thank the witnesses for being here for our questioning. If you could call up Exhibit 7F, page 26, and as he's calling that up, Mr. Springer or Mr. Deckard, this exhibit for the hearing includes a UPS extended corrective action document from a July 2008 case in which a component that holds the bearing in position had separated from the outer bearing race on the aft bulkhead bearing assembly. What is the threshold for creating a corrective action plan, and how does that process work in conjunction with the maintenance contractor such as San Antonio Aerospace?
The question, as I understand it, is how a corrective action plan would work for a single finding such as this.
Correct.
Reviewing this item, we've talked about identifying trends. And one of the things is usually when we have a one-off, unless it's something, a complete airworthy issue that's a safety item that's right there right now that has to be addressed, we're always looking for the trends. And so this was a one-off item that was identified through our normal maintenance program, and there was no outputs as far as looking at corrective action or a trend to provide a correction for.
Okay. Mr. Gallegos, as part of the extended corrective action document, the SAA engineer who identified the issue reported that, and I'm going to quote this, Boeing has advised that the number 3 pylon aft bulkhead bearing assembly must be removed and replaced prior to further flight, end quote. How does SAA receive this guidance from Boeing? And what does this process look like when you receive guidance from the manufacturer along these lines?
So at that time, I believe the service requests were delivered by email. So that's how we received the advisement from Boeing. What was your second question? Sorry.
Yeah, and when you receive this guidance, what does the process look like when you receive this guidance from the manufacturer?
By the process, I mean, you mean the process to perform what the manufacturer suggests?
Correct.
So per the page 6.
Do you receive that guidance directly from Boeing or do you receive it through UPS?
We receive it directly from Boeing.
Okay.
So per that process, so this would fall under it's not within allowable limits because there was no limits on this item. So it went to, in conjunction with UPS Aircraft Engineering, the decision was made to go to Boeing. We sent it to Boeing. They provided the disposition to remove and replace, which is not an unusual disposition from Boeing. That can happen quite often. Just on different damage, whether it's cracks, corrosion, gouges, or whatnot. So,
okay, so when Boeing advises that a component must be replaced prior to further flight, would you interpret that as a safety of flight issue?
No, sir.
Okay, why not?
Again, it's a common practice to remove and replace components, and those rectification of those components is the part of getting the aircraft back to an airworthiness condition.
Okay, it's the same question for UPS. If it must be replaced prior to flight, do you interpret that as safety of flight issue?
I'm going to put some context. There was a Boeing message traffic from ST Engineering to Boeing asking for guidance on how to approach this. We were copied on that traffic per our processes. I don't have a copy of that message, but I've read that message, and it did not say you must replace it like the item being displayed. I think Boeing's recommendation, that they said we recommend you replace the spherical bearing, which was accomplished.
Okay, but if you received a message that said must replace, how would you interpret that?
If we received a Boeing worded that way, I've never seen a message from them worded other than recommended. So, but if there were, I mean, this is getting into hypothetical. If there were a must, that's a different language than normal, which would put us in a different direction.
FAA, how would you interpret that?
If the documentation said you must remove and replace, then it must be done before you would fly the airplane. So yes.
Okay. And for Boeing, last question here. Given that Boeing South Safety Review Board determined the issue with the spherical bearing was not a safety of flight issue, how does that square with the guidance given to San Antonio Aerospace in that July 2008 case that said the bearing must be replaced before further flight?
Yeah, I'm not aware of the language that we provided to ST Aerospace that it must be replaced.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm not aware of the language that was in the message to ST Aerospace that said it must be replaced. Apologies, I'm just not aware of that language.
Okay, thank you. I'm over time.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair.
I believe our investigative team has identified at least 10 instances where there was a race fracture involving this bearing. Of those, only 4 were reported to the FAA, I believe is what we found. And those are reported through service difficulty reports. When does a failure become reportable to FAA by an operator or a maintenance provider?
So there are Part 21.3 requirements for reporting. We have that as an exhibit. It's 7V. And I think that's the best way to answer the question is 7V, page 2. So Part 21.3 has a significant aircraft primary structural defect or failure caused by a autogenous condition or any structural or flight control system malfunction, defect, or failure, which causes interface with normal control of the aircraft for which derogates the flying qualities. And there's more reasons, but that's when it is a regulatory requirement to report to the FAA.
Are you aware of anything among the various instances where this was found to be a problem? Some reported to FAA, some not reported to the FAA. Are you aware of anything that would distinguish those that were reported from those that weren't reported?
I'm trying to make sure I understand the question. No, I do not. In our review of Exhibit 7F in the reports, there was nothing that was distinctive of why they weren't reported.
I know this is hindsight, but should an SDR have been submitted in each instance where a fractured race was discovered?
If an operator discovered a fractured race, they should have submitted an SDR, yes.
And who's responsible for reporting an issue like that to the FAA? Is it the operator or is it the maintenance provider? And it sounds like, at least with respect to UPS, this would go from the maintenance provider to UPS, and then UPS would report it to FAA. Is that typical? Or might it vary depending on the operator?
It could vary depending on the operator. It does provide the guidance in both, but it does say that in their airworthiness agreements, they should have state who would report these SDRs.
Did the Boeing service letters, the original issued in 2008 and then the revision in 2011, did they affect reporting in any way? Either in terms of requiring it or indicating how it should be reported or not reported?
I don't think they should impact the reporting if they're a major repair considered classified as advanced primary structure or PSC. It falls in that category or the reportable. So the service letter, as far as reporting an SDR, it doesn't come into play with that. But
correct. Yeah, the fact that there's a service letter on anything does not affect whether or not something should be reported as an SDR.
So the service letter would not have it wouldn't have changed the reporting requirement. It couldn't have, for example, indicated that this should be reported if it otherwise wasn't reportable.
No, it would not affect SDR reporting, and it would not affect any FAA reporting.
This is kind of an opinion question, and I apologize for that, but do you believe that the letters should have acted as a flag to maintenance that discovering a failure of this kind should be reported either to Boeing or to FAA? Should the letters have essentially heightened the awareness of this for maintenance providers and perhaps encourage them to report?
It is an opinion, so I don't know. Not having worked in a maintenance organization, a service letter isn't mandatory, and so it certainly would call attention to a specific area, but I don't know if it would affect how you would report. It shouldn't, honestly. Just you should report what you're required to report. So.
Okay. That's a fair answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member DeLue.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I do want to say thanks to the staff, the witnesses, for those folks working and for the parties for the efforts you've done. But more importantly, I do want to also express my personal condolences to the families of the 3 pilots, as well as all the folks that the fatalities on the ground and those that were injured. So I definitely want to take a minute to give you my condolences. Okay, I have a number of questions too. Let me start with the question to Mr. Springer. So you had mentioned to Mr. Johnson, I think also to Captain Smith, about the F bulkhead being a primary structural element.
That is correct.
Okay, is that a UPS definition or is that a FAA definition?
That is a FAA definition, and PSCs are identified by the manufacturer in the structural repair manual.
Okay, thank you. I'm just digging because I want to get some clarification for the people even listening. Now, about this spherical bearing, that seems kind of important to me. Is that considered a primary principal structural element?
I did make a comment earlier about that, but it's back to the realization that the structure, we rely on the manufacturer to make the determination if it's a PSE.
Right, so I understand those, that it's not your decision to necessarily decide that, but the spherical bearing at the time, and I think probably now, maybe unless it's changed, but that was not considered a principal structural element.
I believe per one of the exhibits in the docket, there's some direction that it was not considered a PSE.
Okay.
If I'm recalling one of the exhibits correctly.
Okay, it was not, I don't believe. So to the FAA, who decides at the end of the day, because that was what Member Chapman was asking too a bit, what determines it's a structural, principal structural element, particularly if you've had more than one. Now we've had almost 10.
So a principal structural element is decided upon during the certification of the aircraft. I don't know when it went into the specific decision, but it's members that structural members that need to be inspected during the life of the aircraft, and that is a decision that the OEM and the FAA make
at the time of certification.
That's right, okay. And it gets adjusted certainly throughout the life of an aircraft.
Okay, so Mr. Springer, I want to follow up a little more on the spherical bearing because clearly that was an issue. So during a GBI or anything like that, it would not necessarily be replaced, right? I mean, it's just observed and looked at.
Correct. During our scheduled maintenance task, it would have had a visual inspection, whether that was the general visual inspection level or even more detailed with, quote, the detailed inspection. But that's looking to see if it's discrepant, if anything's going on, if it's migrated. There was no scheduled task that was have you remove the bearing or replace it. It was just part of the normal scheduled task for inspection.
Okay, and how often would that bearing get replaced then?
Pre-accident, it was never scheduled to be replaced.
So it flew to failure?
Yes, it would have flown to failure. There was no scheduled task that would have removed that bearing and had it replaced in the maintenance program. Or the maintenance planning document for the MD-11 that comes from the manufacturer.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll have more questions, but I do want to follow up a little bit the question that Captain Smith asked, and I believe it was to you, and just want to clarify it. So actually, it was to Mr. Deckard. So the airworthiness release that was asked, so when you mentioned the airworthiness release and they get the handoff to the pilots, I want to clarify that a little bit too. The airworthiness release being signed, that's always done by a mechanic, or can the pilot sign the airworthiness release?
The pilot cannot sign an airworthiness release, only done by maintenance personnel that are qualified.
Correct. Yeah, I used to work for a mechanic and he made that very clear to me. But the reason I asked that, is that a UPS thing or is that an FAA requirement?
I would believe it would be an FAA requirement.
It is. Only a mechanic can sign the airworthiness release, correct. Chairman Hamady, that's it my time, but I do have more questions.
Yep. I think I think that's fair for all of us. No problem. Great. I want to go back to the SDRs. You meant, would a foreign carrier file an SDR?
They would not, if
Right.
it's under 120, yeah.
Okay, great. And I only ask that because obviously we have a few operators that have been de-identified, and so they would not be filing the SDRs. But Boeing can see everything, UPS can see everything, and FAA can see everything, right? Now, back to FAA, you said principal inspector would get that information if they signed up for the auto emails, correct?
Correct. Any inspector can sign up for those emails, and partial program managers through the enhanced.
So the principal inspector and another inspector.
Yeah, and any of the inspectors can sign up for that report, and then filter and sort and put in what type of data they want, specific carrier, fleet types, those type of things. So any inspector can sign up for that.
And do you know how many inspectors sign up for auto emails, or is there any sort of audit or review to see how many are getting these emails, or do they mainly look at, for example, something specific they would be looking for at the time?
I'm not aware of how many. I can reach out to the system owner, but many of the in-service events that occur, most of the time, the principal inspectors and the partial program managers and the ASIs responsible for those fleets are aware of those type of events, because we get reporting through air traffic. We get reporting, for incidents, occurrences, all those things that come through. We get accidents through ABP. Sometimes we have interface in that. So when they see those, part of their job is also to validate if it was a failure, malfunction, defect of a component or something, to go back and verify that those SDRs were submitted. So many times they are already aware of those SDR events, as they're being reported. But I don't know how many are subscribed, but we can go back and I can ask the system owner to see if they can pull that data.
Well, and so for these in particular, would they go back and do any sort of trend analysis on specific items, or?
They can. They can go
can.
back and do a search, and additional function that was added as well this year is that you can actually anybody can have access to this, but you can download SDRs by year, and that's a complete listing, and it's in a spreadsheet format, and all the way back to 1995. So, but in the system itself, there is some restrictions. I think it's a 1,500 report limit, but if you could go in there and specifically query for specific part numbers, fleet types, those type of things, and pull up all of the reporting that falls under that. But some of the things that we encounter, as Mr. Knopf had mentioned earlier, is some of the data quality issues.
Yeah, and I'll get into that in a minute. But then how are service difficulty reports used to drive safety initiatives at FAA?
So some of the things that for the immediate, for flight standards side of the house, for the safety assurance inspectors, most of those changes, a lot of those are interactive with the operator. The operator sometimes, as they are reporting SDRs, they are also making changes to their maintenance inspection program. Those type of things happen, so the PI sees that firsthand. Some of the other things that we don't see, some of those things get evaluated, and that's the air side of the house with some other systems evaluate some of those other trend type of data as well, along with the other information that they receive from manufacturers. And I'll let
Mr. Knopf?
Yeah. I mean, I think we do look for, like I mentioned before in my example, trends that affect any part of the aviation system where we see lots of events in a specific area. So we get a lot of that. Examples are on the general aviation side of the house, where we get less reports from the field. And so the SDRs are a primary source of our information. So we've seen some of that in the last few years.
Okay, I'm out of time. I have more questions along those lines. Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wu, Airworthiness Directive 2007-07-04 for the MD-11 and the MD-11F airplanes mandated revisions to certain maintenance documents to incorporate new inspections for fatigue cracking of principal structural elements. This included 3 different types of inspections of the pylon aft bulkhead for fatigue cracking. How often were these instructed to be conducted, and who would be doing these types of inspections?
I can talk to it. So throughout the life, I'll talk in a little bit more generality. So throughout the life of an aircraft, as we learn from service history, there are changes that are made to the airworthiness limitations, depending on, cracks that we see that get discovered throughout the life. And so this would be an AD that mandated shorter thresholds than was issued at the time of certification. And so that way we want the operators to be looking at these parts of the airplane sooner than we had originally thought when the aircraft was certified.
Do you have those intervals?
I do not have the intervals off that specific AD, no, but we can certainly look that up.
And this would be specific inspections then?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And who would be qualified to do those inspections?
The operator's maintenance would be the ones that would get incorporated into their maintenance program, and then they would be the ones to do the inspections.
Okay. If you could call up Exhibit 7Z, and that is, as he's calling that up, it's the history of the reported outer race fractures that we have documented in a timeline. And this probably either for you, FAA, or Boeing, along the lines of maintenance inspections that are several previous bearing failures on the MD-11 fleet that are documented here on this exhibit. I think only 3 of them that I could tell had specific type of maintenance activity identified the failure. To either you or Boeing, FAA or Boeing, for the 10 reported failures from 2002 to 2020, do we know what type of maintenance activity identified the failure in each scenario? And that might be for Boeing too. I don't know. Or in generalities, which ones would have identified these?
We do have some information in some of the reports of when it was identified. I can't speak specifically to which ones were.
Okay.
Or what task was being performed at the time, but it was identified during a maintenance check. But which task was being performed, I don't have that information.
Okay. Can you get that?
We can definitely try. Some of our records are going to be a little bit challenging to obtain, but we'll follow up on that.
I think that'd be good because I think only 3 of the 10 is where I could determine which tasks were being done at that time. So let me go to Mr. Dickens. As someone with plenty of aircraft maintenance experience, what types of maintenance activities would you expect to find this type of a failure?
Specifically the, specifically the bearing failure?
Yes, correct.
Typically, this type of finding would be done under an inspection. So this is not normally something that would ever be found during a line maintenance operation. This would be done at a major maintenance facility.
Major maintenance. And Mr. Gallega, same question to you. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. As someone with a lot of maintenance experience, what types of maintenance activities would you expect to find this type of a failure, the bearing failure?
Either a specific inspection for the bearing uh, if you can pull up Exhibit 11 Alpha Bravo, please. Page 7. So this page at the bottom, step E, there is a procedure, an inspection specifically to look at the aft spherical bearing inspection. And it tells you to examine the spherical bearing to make sure that the outer race of the bearing has not changed position. If we can go to the next page, please. And it states there, step 1 at the top, movement of the spherical bearing is shown by movement of the outer race protruding forward or aft beyond the surface of the lug of the bulkhead. So that is something very specific that you have to look for. And if we can pull up Exhibit 7 Kilo, page 5. So this is a photo of UPS aircraft 250 UP, the inspection specifically looking for bearing race migration was performed post-accident to look to see which aircraft had bearing race migration. And this aircraft was found to have migration both on the forward and on the aft side when we were doing the specific inspection to look for migration. And I'm pointing to the aft side. You cannot see the migration in that photo because there is sealant around the edge of the bearing. That sealant is there to prevent moisture ingression between the bearing and the lug. So you would have to remove that sealant in order to do the type of inspection, the specific inspection called out in the AMM to verify that the bearing race is no longer flush with the surface of the lug, because you can have 5-10 thousandths if it's just beginning to migrate, you would not be able to see it with that sealant installed. And if you're not doing the specific inspection for that bearing race migration.
Great, thank you for that. My time's overdue.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm remiss in not having extended my own best wishes and concerns to the family and friends of those who were lost in this terrible tragedy. We're going to try not to bore you to tears today, but this is a very important process, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. All of us collectively are going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that such a tragedy can't be repeated. I want to ask the FAA folks, the 4 incidents that were reported to the FAA through service, through SDRs, were reported between 2007 and 2020. Those were all reported by one operator, and I believe that operator was FedEx. Was there follow-up from FAA to FedEx or communication back and forth between the operator and FAA after those SDRs were filed?
I'm sorry, I'm in a policy office, so I don't know what that specific office did, but we could follow up with that office and get that information.
Yeah, okay, that would be helpful. Can I ask our folks to pull up Exhibit 7W and specifically page 10? And I'll just tell you what this is. This is the FAA presentation on service difficulty reports. And what this, actually that's not, it might be the next page. There we go. This indicates that there are 3 elements within FAA that look at SDRs, principal inspector oversight, the aircraft evaluation division, and aircraft certification service. Can you indicate to us what the respective roles of each of those elements is in evaluating SDRs?
Yeah, absolutely. So the principal inspector, in this situation here, I think we were, if it's a critical safety of flight type of issue, they would immediately get involved with the Aircraft Evaluation Division. There are liaison between flight standards and the Aircraft Certification Service. So they would also assist in evaluating and looking at the safety risks and those type of things, and then bringing in our air counterparts in the certification branches to, and they're the ones that kind of bridge and identify the correct contacts with the specific fleet type, and to bring the right people into the room to look at those and look at severity, likelihood, and all those things to make a good safety risk decision. But normally a PI will review and look at these. Their responsibility also is in the SDR program, making sure that the operator has the right procedures in place for reporting, and then also validating that those reports are being reported and in compliance with the requirements of 121.703, and then also reviewing for any issues that what type of actions the operator has taken and how have they mitigated or addressed and corrected the actual issue. And some of those things are in like maintenance inspection schedule changes, interval changes, reduced cycles to go perform these inspections, those type of things. And then on the air side, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Knopf.
So on the air side, we're responsible for oversight of the type certificate holders of the OEMs. So in this case, we would be responsible for oversight of Boeing. The PI is responsible for oversight of the operator. And the AED folks have knowledge of both sides, and they look at fleets particularly. So they would be responsible for the whole MD-11 fleet. In this example, we would have a person who makes sure that we're talking amongst ourselves for a fleet specifically or some more overarching area.
And is there ultimately one of these organizational elements that is principally responsible for responding to report once that process is completed?
So it depends.
Okay.
So if it's a operator issue, then the PI would be responsible with that.
Okay.
If it's an aircraft design issue, then aircraft cert would be responsible, and we would write airworthiness directives to mandate changes to the aircraft or the inspection program.
Okay, so it's going to depend on the nature of the report.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Member DeLue.
Thank you, Chair. For UPS, does UPS have a voluntary confidential program, which we refer to as the ASAP, Aviation Safety Action Program? Do you have an ASAP program for tech ops?
Yes, we do.
Is it a vibrant program utilized by the AMTs?
It is. In fact, we received in 2025 roughly 275 reports in that system.
Okay, just to verify, you said 275 reports, tech ops. Do you know about the year prior? I mean, is it consistent? Was it an unusual year, or do you normally get?
Not unusually different, no.
So about, okay, 200 to 300 a year. Okay, so for Mr. Gallegos, Dr. Wilson asked you about hazard reporting. So does San Antonio, do you have an ASAP program for your mechanics?
I'm not familiar what an ASAP program is, so I don't believe we have an ASAP program, but we have an SMS program where our mechanics are allowed to report safety concerns.
Okay, well, they're two different things. So ASAP is a unique program for safety assurance as part of SMS. So as for SMS, do you have a confidential voluntary reporting program for your AMTs?
I am not the SMS administrator, so I wouldn't be the best person to ask that question, but we can definitely get that information to you.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how the AMTs, if they discover a hazard or something, how they report that. Do they?
As far as I'm aware, they report it through our SMS process.
Okay, fair enough. I want to follow up a question on the heavy maintenance, the C checks. Is that done primarily by outsource to an MRO, or does UPS do also some of the heavier, the C checks?
We, in our model, all of our line maintenance operations, we handle those internally. UPS employees take care of the line operation. When it comes to the major maintenance, heavy checks, C checks, we use a third-party provider for all of our fleets. That's always been our business model since our inception as an airline.
Okay. The reason I asked that, I want to follow up a little bit. So for the mechanics, the EMTs, either at UPS or in San Antonio, when they were looking either at just a GVI or a little bit more detailed inspections, would a AMT be able to understand race migration if they were to see the bearings?
Depending upon the level of inspection assigned, we've talked to date about the zonal inspection, the general visual inspection, and a detailed inspection. A zonal and a general visual is performed by an AMT. A detailed inspection is performed by an inspector. So different resource groups there. But we feel like, based back to our definition, that if the migration was obvious, it would be detected. As has been brought up in previous comment, if the migration was only at 5 thousandths or 10 thousandths behind the sealant, it would not necessarily manifest itself. We will point out, though, and we'll get into a little bit more of this when we get into some of the timelines, that I think someone asked the question earlier, what type of inspections have identified the failures to date that are on record, that various maintenance inspection programs have been identifying these failures.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Dickens, I know I can't see you because you're in the back row there, but do the AMTs, what's their, at UPS, what's their feeling of the ASAP program? Do they like to contribute? Do you encourage contributions to ASAP?
Yes, our aircraft maintenance technicians feel freely to submit their ASAP reports, and as the Teamsters, and we also, provide guidance and recommend that they do so.
So I certainly understand the how hard it would see race migration, for instance. But for UPS and for Mr. Dickens, have you ever received any ASAP reports in the last 5 years about the spherical bearing, about the F pylon? Do you have any ASAP reports at all?
None that I know of.
And we agree. We concur. We have no reports of ASAPs on the fractured bearing or a migrated bearing.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, I just want to go back to, and thank you for clarifying that you did a search on the bearing after the accident. I want to ask just a couple of questions on that. You mentioned it wasn't, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You mentioned it wasn't, mining data, but what sort of search did you do? What were you looking for?
Well, we were looking for aft pylon or bearing migration. So,
aft pylon or, so
pretty
with
specific
keywords,
yes.
aft pylon or bearing migration.
That's right.
What did you find?
No, the ones we found were the ones that are in
That
the
we've
exhibit.
identified,
That's
that has been identified.
Correct.
And what did you do with that info once you had it?
Well, at that point, the airplane was grounded, so there wasn't a need to look at that point, we weren't focused on the past.
Sure.
We were focused on the present. So we didn't do anything with it extensively at this point. It was part of this. We assumed it would be part of this investigation.
And did you use that as part of the, in feeding into your airworthiness directive or the grounding, I'm sorry, the grounding of the fleet? Did you use that data as part of that?
No, the SDR data was not used to make the determination. around grounding. It was specifics to the accident
Specifics
itself.
to the accident. Okay, that's
Yes.
helpful. Thank you. And I had asked about how FAA uses service difficulty reports, and I failed to clarify now versus then. Do you know what the difference was in 2008 through 2011? If you don't, please don't speculate.
Sure.
But
So as of 2023, aircraft certification has a specific section that has folks that do look for trends in SDR data, along with lots of other things they do. We didn't have that in existence before. So that is a difference. Our review of SDR data in 2008 to 2011 is mostly from talking to people that used to work at that point, and it was more at the engineer's discretion on what they would look at from an SDR perspective.
and what made that change for you to start doing that trend analysis?
Well, I don't know everything
Anything
that
specific?
went into the reorganization, but I think it was the knowledge that there was a lot more data out there that we could look at. And so the SDRs are one thing that group uses to look at trends. It aligned with other reorganizations that brought all of our safety oversight of Boeing into one specific organization as well. So there was a number of things that were taking place at the time. But I think the availability of a lot of data, SDRs plus lots of other data that's out there, led to the decision to create a section to look at fleet safety.
Well, and one thing you mentioned is you get 20,000 annually from Boeing. That's just Boeing. How about annually entirely?
I do not know that number, but we
Okay.
can get it for you.
Oh, that would be helpful if you could get that, if you could submit it after the hearing. Maybe over, yearly over the past 10 years might be very helpful. Maybe if you have anything over the past 20, that might be helpful.
Okay.
You have that? Yeah. Okay. And one question related to that, you just taking the 20,000, over the past 18 years, that's 340,000 reports, 4 out of 340,000 reports. So I'm just sort of wondering, are there criteria for when you would trend something? I'm trying to figure out whether the service difficulty reports might trigger an analysis, or whether you would become, or if the service difficulty reports database is used more when you're aware of something, so you go there as a second. And what is there criteria for what then bubbles up to trending?
I would say that, so not working specifically in that section, I do not believe we have any specific criteria, but we look at things we know that are going on in the aviation system and look for those specifically. You're right, 4 out of 300,000 plus items probably wouldn't identify. In examples we have recently done, it's more like hundreds of examples of something in a year that we would use that data, because it isn't something that would necessarily be reported by the manufacturer. So this afternoon, we'll talk about 21.3 reports, but those are the primary source of info for a number of reasons.
And may I just ask, Mr. Wu, do you have anything to add to that? Yeah, and you don't have to, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're in the same situation in flight standards as well, but there is coordinated efforts between Air and us in flight standards with our analytical folks to look to find more actionable data to move towards more predictive. Without, he's spot on. A lot of the reactive driven that drives us to go back and search for trends.
Understand. Thank you very much. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gallegos, this is going to be to you, and it's a little bit hypothetical. That we had a report in 2009, we were looking at the maintenance personnel from another operator had reported they believed a grease leak observed on an MD-11 aircraft would, in the personnel's opinion, only be possible if the aft bulkhead spherical bearing outer race was cracked. Now, if one of your folks had reported that up through your various entities that you need to, what kind of feedback would you guys usually expect?
I'm sorry, your question is if our AMTs reported to engineering, grease
Yeah,
in a place that it's normally not seen?
correct. Like in this case, in the bearing area, and they said it would only be possible, in their opinion, if the outer race was cracked.
Right. So what's your question after that?
So the question is, if a personnel had reported that found that or was working on that, what kind of feedback do you think they would get from engineering or your other entities that you would report that to? What kind of feedback would you expect?
If the AMTs would report an anomaly that they haven't seen, typically they report it to us, to the engineering team, or again, the same process that we've been describing would happen. We would, in conjunction with UPS, see if they believe OEM review is required, we'd send it to the OEM for them to chime in on what can possibly cause this or what can possibly be done to rectify that.
Okay. Do you feel that information, is there anything they can do better about communicating back to you?
Who specifically?
Whoever you report this through, up through the chain, through UPS, through engineering, through Boeing.
I mean, we got in the case, or in every case that we submit something to the OEM, we always get a response back from them. And the same thing with UPS.
Is there anything they can do better to communicate back? Are you happy with it?
In specific cases of addressing discrepancies, such as that, I am happy with the dispositions that they receive, the communication they send back to us to rectify those specific discrepancies.
Okay, thank you. For Boeing, if you received a report like that from personnel, how do you investigate that internally? And then how do you communicate that back with who reported it?
Yes, so the engagement that was described would come in via our Boeing communication system in the form of a service request, and the details would be defined within that service request message. Upon receival, the service engineer would review the details, perform the respective analysis, evaluating it in the continued operational safety process. Additionally, for the disposition to support the aircraft, and then draft up the respective response and return the message.
Do you think this is adequate, or do you think is there something they could do better? You could do better.
I think to best answer that question, and I'll circle back to a comment that was made earlier. One of the largest challenges we have is the communication of data as it relates to between parties. The industry has definitely advanced quite extensively with respect to standardizing a lot of this nomenclature and the expectations, and we have published service letters to define the criteria that the Boeing company would like to receive to help us better respond to them.
Okay. For the FAA, do you believe there's anything more that can be done to improve communication between the maintenance contractors, operators, manufacturers, and the regulators?
I mean, yes, there's always something more that can be done to improve communication. What that looks like, I don't have a specific answer, but I think it's a lot of people that have to talk to each other to understand. And it does need, I mean, we always are looking to get better at that.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's all I have in this round.
Member Chapman.
I'm fudging a little here because this actually spills a little bit into the next panel, but I'm curious if you have any information on this. Is there a connection, or was there a connection between, at the time some of this occurred several years ago, is there a connection between service difficulty reporting and the continued operational safety program? In other words, do those programs inform one another?
I think they inform one another. The amount of information that we get from SDRs is sometimes not the best, I guess. It's not adequate to make a safety decision sometimes. So we work through that, getting additional information other ways. But yes, SDRs inform the Key Operational Safety Program.
And the cost program is one of the ways that you get additional information. Is that fair?
Yes.
And has that changed or improved over the years? As FAA has gotten better and the tools are better in terms of collecting data?
Yes, the Continued Operational Safety Program has improved from 2007, 2008 timeframe. Yes.
Okay. Chair, thank you. That's all I have in this area.
Thank you, Member DeLue.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Back to UPS. Just want to follow up on the last round of questions on ASAP. So you didn't get any ASAP reports this, but do you have a formalized process? So for instance, on the spherical bearing, in your technical reviews, would you have gone back and searched for ASAP reports from your AMTs, or is that part of your defined process in SMS?
We would look at, in the analysis, any of the maintenance records themselves, because, ASAPs themselves are voluntary, so it may not be a comprehensive piece of data. It certainly could be considered if it's available, but it's not our normal process to look through every ASAP to see if there's an associated maintenance write-up. When the ASAP is investigated itself, the maintenance records are reviewed at that time in association.
I would have to say that if you have a OEM service letter or something like that, it would be beneficial to look at ASAPs, because you might only have one ASAP, but that's the first flashlight to start showing you might have more issues, because there's no such thing really as a one-off many times. Could you pull up Exhibit 11AA, page 3, please? And page 3. So I noticed in this UPS data collection, which looks pretty comprehensive, I noticed that you also had mentioned there your ASAP reports for the liaison data, but what I'd like to focus a little bit is on the industry participation. So, Mr. Springer, I think you are with the Airlines for America, A4A. You're currently a chairman of one of the groups, is that correct?
Yes, I'm currently chair of the Engineering, Maintenance, and Material Council, known as the EMMC.
Okay, and Mr. Deckard, you're also with A4A and one of the committees. Is it the Airworthiness Committee, I believe, right?
That's correct.
So I respect and appreciate what A4A does. I know you meet several times a year. So when I look back at the timeline of the spherical bearing, without necessarily mentioning other carriers, but for everybody's enlightenment at A4A, you have numerous carriers that are participating in these meetings, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the other carriers that were there, they might have had an issue with the spherical bearing of the aft pylon. Was that ever discussed or brought up at any of the A4A meetings on airworthiness or engineering?
From the 2008, 2011 timeframe, I'm not aware of any discussions that would have happened.
Well, there's been a number of them since 2002.
That is correct. We meet 4 times a year. So with those relationships, if we're seeing something on our side, we do, with that network and those relationships we have through the council, we can leverage that to reach out to each other and gather external data.
So the reason I asked the question is there were other operators who had noticed this. What my question really was this never discussed in your meetings at A4A? Not that it needed to be, but was it ever brought up? Since, I've used fly airplanes for a living, and I would hope that these things would be brought up in your committees.
I'm not aware of it being brought up under the MMC umbrella, the specific topic.
How about you, Mr. Decker?
Nor am I for the Airworthiness Committee. I'll give a time of reference. I've been part of the committee for the last year and a half. but prior to that, I have no knowledge of.
Okay. All right, since my time will be done, my next line questions, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And at the time, though, you would have only been aware of the July 2008 separated staking ring event, right? Or would you be aware of all the other ones as well?
Well, the only ones that we would have been, if we're talking about bearing issues, the ones that we would have been aware of, without getting into the entire timeline, is we would have known about the first one that was reported in the 2008 service letter. We'd also had our event where we had a little bit different failure, which was the staking ring failure. And then in 2011, the Revision A came out and identified 2 others. So that's the only information that we were aware of, is the information that was being provided through the service letters.
How many service difficulty reports do you submit, does UPS submit annually?
I knew that question was coming, but I do not have that with me. I think I will be able to provide it after lunch.
And can you provide some, maybe not today, some historical context for the record?
Yes, we'll take that as an item we owe you to look at our SDR submittals, but I do believe I have that. I just do not have it with me.
And when something is raised, well, let's say, these 4 times or several times that you became aware of, including in different letters, would you do a trend analysis to check, especially since you experienced one, or did you in the past? Are you aware of anything?
Well, the typical with a service letter or service document, I do have an exhibit I could put up that talks about generally how we would process those and talk through it if you want to go into that detail.
No, I'm more looking at if you experienced a defect and it was something that was reportable, would you go into the system, typically the database, to see have other operators experienced this and reported it as well?
Well, we would always first look to see if we had any prior history within UPS. What's our internal experience? And if it was something that we felt that we needed to reach out because of the impact of it or the significance that we needed to reach out to other carriers, we'd reach out and see if we could get some input from them. Or there's other avenues through fleet team meetings to ask those questions. So we have avenues to ask questions when we see something that's significant.
Okay, earlier, I'm a little bit confused because earlier you mentioned that data is available for everyone to see, correct? So you would be able to see what other operators are experiencing? Or what was filed?
Yeah, so from the SDR system perspective, we've always used that as it's required reporting. So we've always been submitting that. We're aware that now through the portal that you can do limited searches through the query to see if there's other data out there. So that's through continuous improvement. We're looking to, utilize that. That's another source of data that we can try to mine. Obviously, we know there's data integrity issues, but it's another item out there that we can use to see what's going on in the industry. In addition to those that I outlined with reaching directly out to other carriers, we would be able to do that.
But that's not something you did previously?
Correct.
Okay. And would you be now feeding that into your SMS? All that data? The whole, I'm quoting you, a whole data set when you talked about your SMS, sir.
It's in its infancy as far as what's in the SDR system and how we could use it. So we've not pulled it in. Right now, we just know about the query that you can query and do specific part number, ATA coding to try to search. We've not gotten to the point to see how we could utilize that data in a bigger data set.
Okay, I have other questions on that. Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. To the FAA, would you agree that learning from NTSB investigation is an important, if not a very important way the aviation industry learns from accidents and prevents future accidents from happening?
Yes.
Okay. When entities choose not to take full action to fulfill our safety recommendations, it allows for heightened risk for a future accident and disregards the incredible work our investigative team does to uncover not just what happened, but why it happened and how to ensure it never happens again. In light of that, I want to talk about a safety recommendation issued by the NTSB stemming from the 1991 DC-10 accident at O'Hare, in which an engine pylon separation from the aircraft and the FAA's response to that recommendation. Sorry, I got the date wrong on that. So in 1979, the recommendation A79-100 in part asked the FAA to ensure manufacturer service difficulty and service information collection and dissemination systems ensure that all reported service problems are properly analyzed and disseminated to users of the equipment, and that appropriate and timely corrective actions are effected. This recommendation also stated that the program should include full review and specific FAA approval of service bulletins which may affect safety of flight. This recommendation was closed unacceptable action after the FAA told us, and I quote, additional reporting requirements would cause an economic burden without yielding a corresponding increase in safety benefit, end quote. Is it still the FAA's position that the additional reporting and information NTSB recommended in 1979 regarding service difficulty reports would not pass a cost-benefit analysis despite the loss of 15 lives in this terrible tragedy?
Well, I think that, first, I'm not aware, obviously I wasn't around when we responded at that point. And it is a lot different age now where data is a lot more available. And so I think in light of this event and other events that we've dealt with, I think it certainly is something that we are working on. There is an SRM currently going on within the FAA right now that's around SDR data and how to increase the use of it and how to ensure that timely reports and the data quality is increased so we can use those reports. So I think that we would look at that recommendation differently in 2026 than we did in 1979 regarding the cost benefit analysis.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Member Chapman?
No further questions. Thank you.
Member DeLue?
Yeah, just a really one last question. This is more of a hypothetical, I guess, but could you pull up Exhibit 7Z as in Zulu, page 2? Thank you. We've talked this a couple times. So we see that there's a little bit of I'll call it a little bit of signals in the system, possibly starting already in 2002. But if we take the last 4 or 5 years, and some folks in the room are here, what is concerning to me is that, we're trying to prevent this from happening again, obviously. So we see there's some, I'll call it the signals. After the accident, I know UPS did your own inspection. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but we found 3 aircraft. What exactly were they? You were just starting to see the race migration of the bearing, correct? Or was it even more severe than that?
We inspected the entire fleet of 26 aircraft with the inspection for the migration and found migration on 3, which is noted in the docket.
So, I think we saw a picture this morning that you showed with the gap there from San Antonio, I believe it was. So the concern I have is as we go forward here, the unfortunate accident, it happened, but we had 3 other aircraft that potentially were in the same situation eventually. So, we don't want this to go happen again. We want to prevent this. So I'd like to get your input on this. We had, since June of 2020, we had 3 events that were signals to us out there in the world in aviation safety saying, might have a small problem here. clear there was, because we found not only the accident aircraft, but 3 more. So I'd like to hear from UPS, really get your input. What do we got to do different next time? How would you like to do this? So next time we would have caught this, whether it was at an A4A meeting, a safety info share, a briefing from OEM, because we had something here, we just didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I'll frame that up. I think the key is the way our processes are set up. We're relying on the data that's out there and what kind of determination is made on whether it was safety or it's not safety. In this case, it came through the service letter with an explicit notation that it would not be a safety of flight condition. So that started this on the wrong trajectory to begin with. But the key is understanding the data that's out there is, and I can talk about the data that we knew and the data that we didn't know. I mean, I can pull up a slide and talk more about that if we want to go into that detail now. But that's the key, is understanding the extent of the problem. It's framed up, and even the title of the slide we just had up says wing pylon, aft mount spherical bearing, history of reported outer race fractures. The issue was the outer race fractures were causing damage to the lug, to both the forward and aft lug halves, and then that was propagated into what caused our accident. So that additional information, that not only was it a bearing issue, it was the collateral damage that was happening to the lugs with deformation and gapping and damage to the lug bores. So all that information, you read the service letters, it's the same way, just like the slide I referenced. It talks about, hey, it makes it sound almost benign. We have a bearing fracture and it slides out, it migrates a little bit. It's not a big deal. The rest of the damage that was being caused was a big deal. And I think if we would have known that at UPS, I think we would have asked a lot of different questions over the years.
Great. I appreciate your honest response on that, because that's, we're trying to figure out how we're going to make a change at the end of the day here. So, Mr. Deckard, you'd like to add something, please do.
Yeah, and I think it ties in a little bit with some of the questions that came earlier about your SMS and a data point, right? You can have a single data point or an obvious trend. What you also have to have with that data are the known associated hazards. That also has to be accounted for in SMS. We have scattergrams of data all over the place that don't necessarily indicate that it's a safety of flight concern. So had we been aware of additional associated hazards, such as what is caused to the lug bore or the lug itself, it would have heightened and ratcheted up. When you look at our safety matrix, it would not have been down in a green area, but it would have been more in the middle to high area of concern. So I think we want to make sure that we're understanding that composite review. It's not just a data point by itself. It's the full picture. And out of a fear of not adding too much speculation, right? We talked about gearing away from that, but to try to answer your question as bluntly as we can, had we known more, we could have done more with this.
Super. Thank you for your time.
All right, a couple of questions to Boeing. Is Boeing mining the SDR database?
No, ma'am, we are not.
So do you do any trending at all, or have you in the past?
Yeah, we implemented a process that implements our continued operational safety working agreement with the FAA as part of our reporting criteria. We have not looked at SDRs for mining in the past. We ran a pilot and also found difficulties with the data quality. We are currently exploring what we can do better, and we plan to work transparently with the FAA.
When was that pilot?
In the last few years.
In the last few years.
Yes.
And what sort of difficulties do you have with the system and the information?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, we determined that the data was not actionable, data quality, and we were not able to find a way to implement it.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? What do you mean?
Yeah, To the best of my understanding, we were not able to find a way to integrate the data with our continued operational safety criteria, how we go through and we determine if something is reportable, if it's a potential issue in our current contract with the FAA, and then take action. We just weren't able to integrate it with our system.
Is that because of nomenclature used or?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So that is a question I have. In aviation, the same part can have multiple names. How does the FAA ensure that reportable occurrences, such as reports to the SDR database, are entered using harmonized wording to ensure the data is useful? Anyone from FAA?
I don't think we have a system that ensures harmonized use of nomenclature. As Mr. Wu talked about, there's we ensure the data meets the requirements and it is, all the PII is removed, but there's no harmonization effort done to SDRs.
Yeah, some of the challenges that we encounter is fillable fields, and then you have drop downs. But the concern is if we drop down and then, you miss something that is an option and then everything gets selected as other. So trying to strike that balance and find a way to do that is something that I think the SRM was also looking at. So those are things that we are definitely evaluating, how we can do that better.
How does UPS find their experience with the database?
We're, as I mentioned earlier, we're just at the infancy, but when you're looking at the query fields and trying to query and for other data, it does get difficult. Just us looking for some specific things that we know are out there, like looking at the SDR data associated with the outer variant. You get a lot of data there that you have to comb through. And we know what we're looking for in this instance. So we're still trying to figure out how much value we can get out of it if the data is not as clean and searchable as you would like.
Well, I guess that raises my last question is, does the SDR system actually provide the safety benefit that the FAA and the industry seems to imply it does?
I think we do. It's probably the things that you don't see. The corrosion, the events, the changes to the maintenance inspection programs to ensure those aircraft are not falling apart on us. I mean, those things are being done every day. So I think there's some value in that. I think improvements to SDR, I think it's an important thing. I think the success of the SDR system relies on open and transparent data sharing. The collaboration between manufacturers, air carriers, operators, repair stations, and the FAA is vital. We have to continue to work together, do better with making sure that we have data quality in what we put in, taking that time to put those additional details, making a conscious effort to make sure that we're consistent in the terminology and nomenclature that we use, making sure that part numbers are correct, and those things that we input into the system. I think it could be a valuable asset, and I think that that open and transparent transparency that we hopefully have today with all the changes that we've had, the culture changes, the shift in just culture, the changes in the compliance program and philosophy at the FAA, and those type of things. I hope all those things in SMS is driving us to do better with working with each other and being open and transparent.
Did you want to add anything, Brian?
I guess I would just say that I think Mr. Wu correctly stated there are a lot of additional uses for SDR data, not this specific case, but especially in the general aviation world and outside of Part 121 operations where we gain a lot of valuable info from SDRs. So there's a lot of uses, maybe not here specifically, but in other cases where the SDR system works very well and it's helpful.
Tom, do you have anything? Okay, back to the technical panel.
Thank you. I know it's been a long morning and you all have shared some really good information with us. Mr. Wu, I do have a question though about the SDR system, and I hope that you can help fill in some of the gaps that I have in what you discussed. And so it might be helpful if we could pull up again, Member Chapman had asked to pull up 7W, it's page 11 of the PDF. So it's mentioning that there is, the slide is who in the FAA looks at SDRs, and the first box is PI oversight. When we asked about if PMIs or PIs were required to receive the emails from the enhanced dynamic reporting system, you said that it wasn't required. They could get these emails if they wanted. So I guess in my mind, help me understand, when are PIs looking at it? Yeah, I think that's the question. When are they looking at it? Should they be looking at it? Are they sometimes looking at it?
I think the answer is that there's somebody always looking at it. And the thing is, and I think I probably lacked a little clarity in what I was trying to share. Many of the things that the PIs encounter are in-service events that occur all the time, and they're aware of those. So not only are they evaluating the SDR itself and analyzing that and reviewing that and looking for safety, critical safety, safety of flight issues, those type of things, but they're also ensuring the reporting of those. So a lot of times when they're doing that, they're seeing that firsthand. I mean, I get a report from air traffic that there was an event. So now I'm looking to see what failed and trying to identify what's in the operator system. And then now I'm looking to make sure that that was reported through an SDR and that all that data is being added into the SDR system. So those things are happening, but the reports is something additional. But they also have the ability to search the SDR database itself. So they could pull that up daily and search through that way. So there's other methods of doing it. Some of them do incorporate and had operations research analysts that support those certificate management offices. So they also have them as a resource to provide information to them as well. So there's various ways of getting that information outside of just scheduling them through the EDR. As UPS has also stated, they actually provide those SDR reports directly to the principal inspector. So some operators choose to do that as well. So those are also being provided on a daily basis, unless I misquoted.
So it seems though that, at least from the PI side, they may or may not be using the system. Because you said there might just be in-service events that they become aware of, and then they could go to the SDR database.
True, the PI themselves, and the other thing is in a large certificate management office, you have a large staff. So for instance, like the FedEx CMO, there's probably a team of 78 team members in that CMO. So there's a partial program manager for maintenance, there's a partial programmer manager for avionics, and then you have an operations a manager that manages each fleet. So those folks probably do most of the reviews, because in our guidance it does speak that could be delegated down and resourced out to those ASIs to perform that review. And then those folks would, of course, anything identified would report that to the principal inspector. And then but that doesn't relieve him of his responsibility for SDRs.
Okay, and then going back to the slide, there's 3 boxes: PI oversight, AED, and AIR. Are these reviews happening in parallel? Are they sequential? Are these related, or everybody, the PI is doing some oversight, AED, AIR?
So they could be unrelated due to specific issues identified by AED or AIR. They could be looking at those type of things, or looking for trend data, or looking for repetitive type of events, or same type of components failing. There also is that instance where if the PI identifies an immediate safety concern, our guidance speaks to bringing these folks together, right? And I'm glad that Mr. Knopp kind of added some clarity to it. There are some different ways that folks are looking at things. So for the PI, he's concerned about his certificate and making sure that operator is doing what they should be doing and complying with 121 regulations. The air side is looking at the design. So there are some different perspectives being looked at as well along the way.
Okay. So given the volume of information that comes in through the SDR database, is it more beneficial then for trend analysis than one-off events? Is that what I'm understanding?
I mean, the system's built, I mean, with the reporting and all those things, you know, it pulls, I mean, you can look at all that data. I mean, you're going to look at each one and look at specifically what type of, issues are involved. Are there immediate corrective action? We know that the majority of SDRs reported fall into ATA 53, which is fuselage. And then next is lights. So some of those are indication lights and some of those, and they're found through things and they find out it's a light bulb. So there's some things in the system that, gets reported and maybe it's not of a real safety concern once additional corrective additional investigation and corrective action is done in those. So there's a lot of things that, as you're looking through those things, you do see some things that are reported. Like I said, in 53, you find a lot of corrosion. We all know in the wet areas of these aircraft, just about every, when you C-check, you pull up the floor, you're going to find some corrosion. And then you're looking to see what is it localized, is it a systemic issue, right? And if it is, that's what the PI is always asking is, hey, operator, why this aircraft and why are you saying it's not systemic and why do we not need to change the inspection interval? So those are things that are going on every day behind the scenes. And that's why, I'm not going to even say it. So I'll just leave it there.
And just a last question. I feel like, again, we've sort of alluded to this in some of the answers, but excuse me, I just wanted to get, your opinion. Are the challenges with the SDR database, is it a volume issue, excuse me, or a data quality issue?
I think more so along the data quality issue. If we're looking for trends and repeats, it is not an easy thing to do. Like I said, anytime we have fillable fields, there's that opportunity for inconsistency. So I think that's one aspect. I think the platforms that we are looking at leveraging down the road, technology that's coming in, I think we're going to be in a different place. But unfortunately, we haven't found that magic platform yet that's going to do that for us. But that is something we are absolutely in search of. And like I said, the SRM that Mr. Knopp was talking about is something that we're finalizing and hopefully getting approval to move forward with those items that we're looking forward to making some improvements. The good thing is, one thing that we haven't done in the past is we didn't do a good job of bringing the data folks with us. So in this SRM, we absolutely made sure the data folks were in the room. So we're hoping that will also drive better data intelligence and then actionable data.
And when is the SRM scheduled to be completed?
I think it's sent up for approval. So hopefully we'll see more information soon. Brian, if you know more.
Soon's good.
All right, thank you.
Chairwoman Hamady, that's all for us.
Okay, great. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30. And please return in time to pass through security. I ask that the witnesses return a little early to ensure that they're seated by the time we convene. We're adjourned.
Leave our stuff. I think we do.
I don't want to. I don't like gabbling it.
Right?